Chapter 872. The noon sun was scorching hot. Su Li's current mood was like the bright sunlight on the street. On the surface, it looked as clear as yesterday, but on the inside, the temperature was extremely high. It was scorching hot, and the fire in his chest could burn everything around him at any time. Zhong Mian didn't see the note, but she could feel the change in the mood of the man beside her, especially the sense of danger. So she didn't ask, but obediently followed his footsteps, walking quickly on the streets of the slums. When they arrived at the Great Master Fan Mansion, Su Lu took her in and handed her over to the Great Master. He didn't explain anything, just whispered a few words to her, then turned around and left. He believed that even if someone was following him, they wouldn't have the ability to break into the White Courtyard and cause trouble. The next thing he had to do was to get rid of those who might be hiding in the shadow of the locust tree. Those who disguised themselves as street vendors or beggars who were street vendors in the first place had to get rid of them. Although he wasn't Chao Chiodao or Shi Qinghai, it wasn't difficult to get rid of those who were following him. Because of his rich experience, the people he learned from in the past were too fierce. Whether it was the Empire or the Federation, whether it was the Imperial Intelligence Agency or the secret department called Small Eyes, they could only watch as he turned into a ghost in the night and disappeared mysteriously, let alone these guys. Su Lu, wearing a casual hat that covered most of his face, walked back and forth through the busiest streets of the slums 3 times. After circling under the locust tree and willow tree, he was sure that no one could follow him. He silently left the smelly streets, followed a diagonal path into the lakeside park in the distance, and walked along the willow embankment towards the imposing Imperial Palace. He didn't walk into the palace when he was close to the black and blue palace wall. Instead, he walked along the wall to the west, passed through the spacious square, stepped on the automatic path, and slowly sank into the underground passage. The buildings near the square gave off an air of sternness and indifference, because these buildings belonged to the Imperial Military Newspaper, the Special Operations Department, the Ministry of Finance, and other important departments. Probably because of the pervasive sense of oppression in the air, there were very few pedestrians in the square and underground passageways. There were not even many nobles, and most of them were soldiers in dark Imperial military uniforms, walking with stern expressions. Su Lu, who was wearing ordinary civilian clothes and had a hat covering his face, was naturally very eye-catching among these soldiers. Dozens of vigilant and suspicious gazes fell on him, but he seemed to be unaware of them as he slightly lowered his head. He silently looked at the constantly moving road under his feet, thinking about what he thought was important. He wasn't sure who the idiots were, but he was sure that some of the idiots were trying to threaten him by kidnapping Aunt Susan. They wanted to get some benefits from him. The question was, what exactly did those people want to obtain? Philip's secret or the secret of the star chart? If it was those people he suspected, with their ability, it was impossible for them to obtain this information. Then what did they want to do? Well, there was no need to think about this question anymore, Su Lu said to himself. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at the Imperial Military Headquarters building across the underground passage that was full of murderous aura. He silently thought, what I need to think about now is how to kill those idiots and bring Aunt Susan back to the small courtyard. Behind the solemn Imperial Military Headquarters building, there was a very inconspicuous, gray, and plain building hidden behind a few rows of gloomy trees. The shape of this building was square, and from the outside, one could not find the slightest trace of an arc. Because of its age, it looked like an iron box that had been buried in the desert for hundreds of years. Although it was modeled, it was exceptionally stiff. This was the most gloomy agency of the Empire, the Intelligence Department, and also Su Li's destination. At the entrance of the Intelligence Department building, he was not surprised to be stopped. A certain staff member, who was wearing a black uniform and looked like a murderous demon on a rainy night, stared at the guy who looked like a tourist with deathly white eyes and asked gloomily, "What do you want to do?" Sula didn't have time to explain anything. He took out the identity chip that Huai Chaosher gave to him on the Libin star and handed it over. The staff member frowned and picked up the scanning stick to scan it. He casually glanced at the display on the light screen, and his face suddenly changed dramatically. Because of the sharp contraction of his pupils, the color of death quickly occupied a larger part of his eyeballs. "Sir, sir, sir." The staff member bowed with a trembling voice, guessing the identity of Su Lu, wondering if he should kneel down to show respect. Su Lu didn't have the time or interest to enjoy this kind of pleasure. Expressionlessly, he walked into the gloomy building. The staff member hurriedly dialed the number of his superior, then quickly ran behind him and followed him step by step. His voice was still trembling. "Sir, sir, on behalf of all the staff of the Intelligence Department, I warmly welcome your inspection. Director Cisco is rushing down, but I'm very sorry, the 3 deputy directors are not in the department today. Deputy Director Bim is assisting His Highness in the battle on Mo Hua planet. Deputy Director Kempade is handling the military supply in L9, and Deputy Director Yaki is on the orders of His Majesty to investigate a murder case in the Archdiocese." After confirming the terrifying authority of the other party and guessing that the other party was secretly working in the Intelligence Department, this staff member of the Intelligence Department told him everything he knew. In just a short distance of a dozen meters, he clearly explained the current personnel situation in the department. When they reached the stairs, Colonel Cisco, the director of the Intelligence Department's General Affairs Department, rushed down, sweating profusely. Behind him were 2 directors. When the 3 directors saw Su Lu, their gazes subconsciously swept past his hair and eyes, revealing a hint of hesitation, but they immediately hid it. With unusual respect, they stood at attention and saluted, saying respectfully, "It's a great honor to have you here to inspect our work." As the highest-ranking officials of the Imperial Intelligence Department, they had the right to access some secret files and could directly receive the orders of His Highness. Therefore, they could vaguely guess the identity of this ordinary-looking young man. However, since it involved the secrets of the royal family, no one dared to mention it. They just tried their best to stand as straight as possible, pressing their palms and thighs together a little tighter and their attitudes a little more serious. "Keep my arrival a secret." Su Lu looked at these officers of the Intelligence Department and said, "Give me a room with a good workbench. This way, please." Walking into the room, Su Lu extended his finger and adjusted the metal piece in his ear. After a brief pause, he immediately said, "Bring up the data on all the resistance organizations." The workbench made a light beep, and a pleasing stream of data began to flow on the thin screen. Su Lu quietly watched for a few seconds, and after confirming that the computing core was quite fast, he nodded in satisfaction. None of the officers of the Intelligence Department present dared to ignore his request. Director Cisco quickly rushed out of the door, and just as he was about to call for his subordinates to prepare the relevant data, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Su Lu. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he said in a trembling voice, "My lord, in the past 10 years, a total of 3,412 rebel organizations have appeared in the Empire. Although the data index is complete, the database is simply too large. Which star field would you like to see the data from first?" Su Lu was stunned. Although he had wandered the star field of the Empire for more than 2 years and had seen many bitter struggles, he still did not expect that the class conflict in the Empire had intensified to such an extent that so many rebel organizations had appeared in just 10 years. The biggest one, he gave a very clear direction, and after a brief pause, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Cheat Dabings 1. The underground resistance organizations in the Empire were officially recognized as rebel organizations. There were countless of them, and they had all kinds of strange names, such as the Liban Youth Army, the Mushi Land Cleaners Movement, and the Tsangsong National Salvation Group. In the past few decades, there was only one organization called the Underground Resistance Organization, and everyone knew what this organization was. The reason why there was no need for a prefix was because this Underground Resistance Organization was the biggest, most powerful, and most fiercely competitive with the Empire's royal family. Under the leadership of Old Voss and the hidden influence of that guy, this organization lurked at the bottom of the Empire and gradually grew leading thousands of poor people and slaves at the bottom of the empire to launch one riot after another. A few years ago, after being brutally suppressed by the Butcher King Cardin and then being cruelly harvested by the empire's military, the underground resistance organization suffered a great loss in strength. Following the invasion of the federal forces, this organization and the Federation secretly reached some kind of agreement, but the empire's propaganda agency publicized it, forcing them to become somewhat silent. The Information Bureau used the fastest speed to input a huge amount of information about the underground resistance organization into the workbench in front of Sulu. Sulu immediately made a second request, requesting that the Information Bureau fully open the access to the workbench's database and use a high-power wave tracking signal to continuously transmit to a certain space outside of Tianjing's atmosphere. This is the space coordinate. Director Cisco continued to wipe the sweat on his forehead that had not stopped and answered with great pain, "Sir, although you have extremely high access, the Information Bureau's database cannot be open like this, especially since the fixed-point wave tracking signal transmission is too unsafe. It is very likely that a dangerous situation of signal leakage will occur. Right now, I really need this data to find a person." Sula looked at him and said, "I know that there are people in the Information Bureau keeping an eye on that small courtyard, but in the end, this incident still happened, so I don't trust your abilities. I can only find him myself." The mistrust of an officer was the greatest humiliation to a subordinate, especially as the most professional officers in the Information Bureau. Hearing Su Li's words, the three directors started to wipe their sweat at the same time, but still, no one dared to do as he requested. Opening access to the Information Bureau's database was too dangerous. Sulu was silent for a moment, then said, "Ask the palace, just say that I owe him one." 20 minutes later, Sulu silently left the gray building of the Information Bureau. Having made all the preparations, he came to the agreed location on the piece of paper. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the dilapidated garage that was filled with the smell of engine oil. It was as if he had returned to the garage of the past, except that Mu In was no longer here, and the seriously ill leader Voss had long left. Chapter 873. Squinting his eyes at the graffiti-covered iron gate, Sulu raised his left hand and touched his ear. This small action did not have any symbolic meaning, but it was a little itchy from the sound in his ear. In the noisy street, in the relatively quiet and deep auto repair factory, Philip's calm voice kept coming from the ultra-thin metal piece in his ear. The tri-winged spaceship was tens of thousands of kilometers away, but the sound was enough to be heard clearly. After obtaining the data of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, Philip began to search for the possible strongholds of the underground resistance, looking for the follow-up of the kidnappers of Aunt Susan from the surveillance video. But until now, there were no concrete findings. Sula had no choice but to keep the appointment. Philip, on the other hand, activated another part of the computing core. Using the authority he had just obtained, he directly remotely controlled several high-sensitivity military satellites outside of Tianjing planet's atmosphere and stared at this street. After leaving the Federation, Su Lu removed the chip from his neck and did not install again. His communication with Philip changed to direct voice communication. Although there was no precise data grid in his left eye, he was already used to this method and did not want to change. Philip monitored that there were about 30 armed soldiers in the auto repair factory. In addition to a large number of semi-automatic rifles, there should be a few boxes of high-powered weapons hidden under the roof of the roof. Su Lu slowly raised his head and squinted at the worn-out corner of the roof of the third floor, guessing in his heart how the other side would deal with him. "Do we need to inform the Imperial Intelligence Agency about this stronghold?" Philip asked, or rather, he gave his own suggestion. In his opinion, with the support of his data, the Imperial Intelligence Agency could easily destroy this auto repair factory. Su Lu shook his head. Before Philip found Aunt Susan, any action should be cautious. And because of some of the past experiences and kindness, although he was angry at this time, it was difficult for him to make the decision to directly help the Imperial Intelligence Agency to deal with the resistance. The iron gate that was only open to cracks slowly opened, and a faint smell of engine oil appeared in front of Su Lu along with a mechanic covered in grease. Today, Chi Dabing was wearing a gray auto mechanic uniform, but he was still as cold and proud as when he wore the Empire's military uniform. He looked down at him condescendingly and said coldly, "You finally appeared." Su Lu frowned slightly as he looked back at him. This fellow did not have the self-awareness to work underground at all. His domineering aura was simply courting death. However, Su Lu had to admit that this expert, who had once fought to the death with him in the underground sewers and had even left a mecca for him outside Master Fan's manor, seemed to have matured a little after these few years. Although his gaze was still sharp, there was more or less the air of a leader. Why? He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "If I don't use this method, will you appear? It has already been a week since you arrived on Tianjing planet, yet you have never thought of taking the initiative to contact us." Chi Dabing's expression was cold. With a trace of disdain, he said, "You are a coward. You only know how to escape. Where did your so-called bravery and justice go? Do you still remember what you promised us in front of that old man in a wheelchair in that auto repair factory a few years ago? What do you owe us?" Su Lu was silent. He thought of Leader Voss in a wheelchair that year. He thought of that rather pleasant conversation. He thought of those resistance fighters who had died beside him when he was escaping from Tianjing planet. He forcefully suppressed the gloominess in his heart and asked softly, "Tell me your demands. What will it take for you to let him go?" Chi Dabing didn't answer this question. He lowered his gaze and stared at his wrists. Suddenly, he frowned and asked, "What about that watch?" "I threw it away," Su Lu replied. "Threw it away?" Chi Dabing's brows slowly furrowed. He asked with an oppressive aura, "That was the only memento that teacher left for me. You shamelessly snatched it away, and you actually threw it away just like that?" Su Lu extended an index finger, looked at him, and replied, "You have to understand one thing. That is my watch. I can do whatever I want with it." Chi Dabing was silent for a moment and didn't say anything else. He raised his right arm and gestured for him to enter. He said coldly, "Someone will answer your questions later." Su Lu saw the cold, killing intent in his eyes. He was naturally not afraid, but he was a little cold that the other party didn't hide at all. It was just like the contempt and ridicule from before. "I thought you were already the leader of the organization. It seems like you haven't been doing well these few years." Since the other party didn't hide his hostility or even his killing intent, Su Lu naturally didn't mind reviving the harshness of his youth and using words to make the other party unhappy. Walking from the auto repair factory into the building, Su Lu saw a lot of young and old repair workers along the way. He didn't know if they were wearing bulletproof vests under their oily overalls. He didn't know if they had calluses on their hands from repairing cars or pulling triggers. These resistance fighters still retained their former special colors. Regardless of age, they all looked extremely strong. Their stiff faces and calm eyes revealed different emotions. They watched Su Lu walk in front of them. Some showed vigilance, some spat to show disdain, and some smiled and even waved to him. Although his heart was filled with worry for Aunt Susan and some kind of anger that was about to erupt from the volcano, Su Li's mood gradually calmed down when he saw the resistance fighters smiling and greeting him. He nodded and greeted these old friends who had fought side by side with him in the rain. "Welcome." In the innermost room on the second floor, there were 5 people sitting. After Chi Dabing brought Su Lu through the door under the leadership of an old man, everyone stood up at the same time to welcome him. The old man's attitude was gentle and warm. He opened his arms as if he wanted to give Su Lu a hug. Su Lu stood in place and didn't go forward to hug the old man. After slightly bowing his head to show respect, he directly said, "I don't think this is a good way to welcome you. And I can't believe that the resistance group after Leader Voss would be so shameless as to kidnap an innocent woman at the bottom of the hierarchy." A trace of embarrassment flashed across the old man's wrinkled face. He apologized in an extremely sincere tone. "Please allow me to apologize to you on behalf of the organization. In fact, this action didn't get the consent of most of the committee members. But since it has become an established fact, We have to bear the consequences of this immoral action together. In fact, we understand your current difficult situation very well. We thought that it would be difficult for you to make the decision to contact us, so we were forced to use this method. I hope you can understand after hearing our explanation. Hearing this, Chi Dabing raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately returned to his indifference and sat down next to the old man. Su Lu roughly confirmed some things. After a moment of silent consideration, he sat down under the old man's warm invitation. His hand didn't hold the cup of hot tea in front of him. Instead, it was slightly hanging by his side, ready to attack at any time. He said, "When will you release her?" Immediately, the old man looked at him with a smile and said, "Please don't worry. That Madame Susan is very safe now. Her health is guaranteed." Su Lu raised his head, stared into the old man's eyes, and said, "An ordinary woman who sells pirated music players in the market was kidnapped by a powerful underground resistance group when she was sick. She didn't know where she was or if she would die. She would be scared and fearful. Do you think this is the so-called safety? Or do you think that having a bowl of rice and not being tortured is healthy?" The expressions of the people in the room were a little awkward. Only Chi Dabing was still indifferent and calm, as if he didn't feel Su Li's sharp gaze that was like nails hammering into his face. "Before we talk, I want to introduce the current situation of the group to you. Leader Voss passed away, and the resistance movement in various areas has suffered an unprecedented blow. Now, the Committee of Seven is temporarily in charge of the work arrangements of the entire group," the old man said with a pained expression. "But as you can see, there are only 6 people in this room now, because Muin betrayed us 3 years ago." Sula frowned slightly. The highest level of the underground resistance group, the Committee of Seven? If that was the case, Chi Dabing really didn't become the second leader Voss. But why would these big shots of the resistance group take such a great risk to gather in one place and use such a method to force him to meet? What was even more strange was why this old man wanted to report the situation of the upper echelons of the resistance group to him. Just like most of the time in the past few years, he didn't have the time, energy, and interest to guess the other party's thoughts. He asked directly, "Why do you want to see me? What do you want?" "We want to continue the agreement we made years ago with you." The old man looked at him and said calmly. Su Lu frowned slightly and thought of the agreement he made with the wheelchair-bound leader Voss back then. He smiled bitterly and replied, "You should know very well that I'm no longer some Federation hero, and I'm also not the successor of War Godly Pifu. I don't want to interfere in the cooperation between you and the Federation, and I can't interfere. Of course, we know this very well. We even know that you're the only flesh and blood of His Majesty in this universe, but we still insist on the agreement we made years ago." The old man looked at him with a complicated expression. After a long silence, he said, "We all believe in Leader Voss's judgment. He won't be wrong about you. You're a kind person. You can easily become the king of the left Sky Star region. But according to our intelligence, you have already rejected His Majesty's proposal to invite you into the palace. This fact is verified with some of our whimsical thoughts. It can only be said that this is fate's arrangement." Sula had a beast-like ability to read people that Feng Yu praised so much. All these years, he had only seen Pabre once. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man. He could see the sincerity and no malice in the other party, but he still couldn't understand. "What do you want to say?" "We want to invite you to lead the entire underground resistance group." The old man looked at him with a serious expression and said sincerely, "We want to invite you to be the emperor. The prizes for the book review competition have finally arrived. I will send them to the winners in a few days." Chapter 874. Hearing this, Su Lu was stunned and speechless. Staring at the leaders of the resistance organizations in the room, he subconsciously frowned and slowly loosened his fingers. He didn't understand why these people kidnapped Aunt Susan and forced him to walk into the trap at the risk of being discovered by the Imperium, at the risk of being caught by the Imperium, at the risk of being enraged, and at the risk of infuriating him. It was actually because of this reason. After seeing that note, in the small courtyard in the alley, and outside the building of the Intelligence Bureau, he had thought of many answers. This speculation continued until he walked into the auto repair shop and met these people. He thought that the other party might have found out about Philip's existence through some means and knew about the existence of the spaceship and wanted to obtain some cutting-edge technological achievements from him. He thought that the other party might have set up an extremely terrifying encirclement and wanted to kill him at all costs, so as to make the Emperor extinct. He even thought that the other party might use Aunt Susan's life to threaten him into entering the palace to assassinate the Emperor, but he never thought they wanted him to be the Emperor of the Empire. Sulu said that he needed to calm down for a while to digest this shock. The old man smiled and waved his hand to signal the other committee members in the room to leave, but he stayed behind. He politely and even somewhat humbly replaced the undrunk tea in Sulu's cup with a hot one. Almost at the same time, Sulu heard Philip's voice in his ears. The resistance fighters who had been lying in ambush in the corridor had quietly retreated. He frowned and slowly raised his head, looking at the old man who was moving slowly. He felt the other party's sincerity and thus found the other party's proposal extremely absurd. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Tang Zhizhong. The old man looked at him with a smile and said, I can understand the shock in your heart right now. When the committee's proposal was just in its embryonic form, it was greatly criticized in the eyes of many people, suggesting and using all the power of the organization to help you become the emperor of the left Sky Star region is a muddled and absurd, crazy idea. Sulu tilted his head and looked at him silently, thinking, is this matter not crazy? But I persisted, and I was lucky enough to convince most of my comrades that this crazy idea was possible. For the people of the left Sky Star region, this was the best choice they could make. Sulu was silent for a moment before he shook his head and asked, in my impression, the ultimate political agenda of the resistance organization is to overthrow the reign of the royal family, return the power to the people, and realize democracy and equality in the left heaven space zone. If that's the case, why are you helping me to become an emperor? The important thing is not me, but the position of emperor. Elder Tang Zhizhong looked at him gently and said, let me explain it to you. After the bloody massacre of the royal family, the most determined and brave rebels shed too much blood. The organization can't bear to see more soldiers become lonely ghosts under the butcher's knife for the sake of ambitious goals. We want to find a relatively gentle, revolutionary path. More importantly, we have to admit that after Huai Fu Chai's bloody purge, the people at the bottom who survive have lost the courage to resist. They are cowardly and foolishly cheering for the rule of the royal family and the victory at the front line. This is related to the glorious brainwashing of the royal family, as well as the improvement measures of Huai Fu Chai in the last few decades. Our emperor is holding the butcher's knife in one hand and the beautiful picture of the educational reform and gradual abolition of slavery in the other. He has successfully maintained the hopes of the majority of the people of the empire for the royal family. Especially in a situation where the federal forces invaded, the blind loyalty of the lower class of the empire is getting stronger and stronger. The organization has already lost the foundation to launch another great rebellion. Blind loyalty? Sulu repeated this somewhat unfamiliar word in a low voice. The people of the empire are already used to the lofty position of the royal family and the nobles. If no one bullies them, they will instead be very unaccustomed to it and even feel afraid. Therefore, when someone tries to wake them up and overthrow the masters who ride on their backs, they will be hurt by them instead. The corners of Tang Zhizhong's lips curled up slightly into a faint and sorrowful smile. Do you feel that this is very inconceivable? Sulu replied, I have been in many places in the empire in the past 2 years, and have also seen many bullied and humiliated people numbly accept the exploitation from the nobles. Sometimes they would even take the initiative to defend the nobles and some systems that, in my opinion, are very problematic. He raised his head to look at the old man and said, You know that I grew up in the Federation. I truly cannot understand what I have seen and what you have said before. Tang Zhizhong shook his head and sighed. But this is the current situation of the empire. Although the blankets on the people are very heavy, so heavy that it is painful and can even suffocate them, their most intuitive feeling is that the blankets are warm in the end. Who would be willing to have their blankets taken away from them and stand naked in the night wind, needing to search everywhere for firewood to warm themselves? But what does this have to do with me? Sulu asked. The history of civilization in the empire is not entirely made up of blood and slaughter. Sometimes there are also many shining points full of wisdom. For example, more than 3,000 years ago, there was once a political school on planet Yellow Disaster. They once wanted to establish an experimental system, but unfortunately, the royal family at that time did not give them the opportunity and responded mercilessly with bullets. What is that? The false monarch republic. Sulu once again heard a political term that he had never heard of before. Although he had been crazily reading books on politics and humanities in the past 2 years, he still had to admit that he was only a hair's breadth away from being an idiot in this regard. So, he could only listen silently. Tang Zhizhong looked at him and gently explained, the false monarch republic can actually be understood as a kind of dual power system. The empire still has an emperor who is still hereditary and has the right to appoint the cabinet. The legislative and supervisory power is exercised by the parliament, and the parliament is elected by the people regardless of race or class. However, the emperor has the right to veto. After giving a very brief explanation, the old man took out an electronic document from the drawer and slowly pushed it across the table to Sulu. He said, this experimental political design of the predecessors and many key points of checks and balances are basically recorded here. When you have time, you can take a look. Suli's fingertips lightly slid across the electronic document. Looking at the complicated clauses, he frowned slightly and directly asked the most important question. Whose orders does the military obey? The military is strictly prohibited from interfering in internal affairs. The right to declare war is given to His Majesty by the Parliament. Who are the powerful organizations in the empire accountable to? For example, the police. Sulu looked up at the old man and asked, if the cabinet is appointed by the emperor, then he naturally has the most powerful armed forces in the empire. How does the parliament keep him in check? There is relevant content in this document, Tang Zhizhong said. While you are reading, I would like to explain to you why I insist that the false monarch republic is very suitable for the current empire. Keeping the monarchy, keeping the dignity and glory of the emperor, will make it easier for the nobles and the people who are loyal to the royal family to accept it. It will unite the people to the greatest extent so that the empire will not fall apart because of the turmoil of the regime change and become a dish for the people of the Federation. As for the parliament that has the legislative power, whether or not it will be full of nobles, slave merchants who bribe people, or the most shameless political opportunists in the first few decades, as long as these people have power and are used to the wonderful taste of confrontation with the emperor, it will be difficult for them to get rid of it. They will do everything they can to protect the system, even if it is at the cost of their reputation and lives. After developing in this way for several decades, a whole generation of young, intelligent, and courageous people who are good at fighting for political rights will appear in the empire society. With the injection of this new blood, the false monarch republic will gradually become a reality until true democracy is finally realized. Sulu listened to the old man's overly simple and fairy tale-like deduction. She quickly flipped through the information in her hands. Her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She said, according to the design and the information, the emperor of the empire will simply become a sacred symbol without any actual power. Tang Zhizhong smiled and said, keeping the emperor's throne is based on respect for history and the feelings of the people of the empire over the countless years. Since the symbol is sacred, it will also receive the respect of the people. Sulu shook his head and said, no emperor will be willing to give up his power. Although this set of political design is beautiful, there is no practical meaning. In the end, it will still depend on war and bloodshed. There is an emperor who will be willing. Tang Zhizhong looked at him quietly and said slowly, "Let's go back to what we were talking about earlier. If you were to become the emperor, would you order the Iron Blood Army to return to Tianjing planet and massacre the parliament because of your greed for the power in your hands?" Su Lu remained silent and did not reply. "You are the first person in history who has not received any education in the empire and is naturally resistant to exploiting and suppressing the people at the lower levels. Compared to the dark and decadent Baijin Huai clan, you are a blank piece of paper. You could draw the most beautiful picture for the empire as you wish." The wrinkles on Tang Zhizhong's face gradually smoothed out, but his voice became more and more impassioned. There was an irrepressible joy in his hot-bloodedness. He looked at Su Lu and said seriously, "The document in front of you is a great opportunity that fate has bestowed upon the people of the empire. It is a great change that has never happened in the left sky star region for countless tens of thousands of years. As long as you agree, we will help you return to the palace at all costs, and even the lives of all of us, to become the next emperor of the empire. We only hope that in the future, you will remember the reason why we sacrificed our lives." The quiet room sank into a long silence. Tang Zhizhong looked at Su Lu quietly, waiting for his reply. Chapter 875. In these 2 years, under the company of sunshine and rain, Su Lu had read many books related to the history of the empire. He was often stimulated by the smell of blood and conspiracy behind those simple sentences. In the long years of the left sky galaxy, who knew how many families and geniuses had sacrificed their lives to the abyss for the title of emperor? However, only a few lucky people could achieve what they wanted. The path to the dragon throne was brilliant and full of thorns that pierced through iron shoes and luxurious clothes, leaving mottled bloodstains. Without a doubt, it was the most difficult path to walk in the world. However, this Aang was not suitable for the current empire in him. As the only direct male descendant of the Huai family in Baiyin, this was his biggest advantage. He did not need to care about how the emperor viewed him, his own son. He did not need to be vigilant, shameless, or cold. He did not need to play the role of a repentant and obedient crown prince. He did not need to wear a hypocritical mask made of gold. He did not need to do anything and could easily return to the black and green imperial palace. Under the name of the crown prince, he secretly controlled the network and military force of the resistance organization and silently waited for the emperor to grow old and die. Then he would become the new emperor, the only master of the billions of people in the left sky galaxy. If the royal family wanted to give Su Lu some kind of test, if Huai Fuchai needed some deeds to convince those unwilling distant relatives, then the credit of destroying the largest resistance organization in the empire would have fallen into his hands many years in advance with Elder Tang Zhizhong's indifferent words. At that time, she, the only one who had the qualifications and ability to stop all of this from happening, would definitely remain silent. She would even indifferently control that terrifying peach miasma mecha and rampage through the left sky galaxy, taking down all the royal family nobles who dare to question this decision. This powerful princess, when she just found out about Su Li's identity, did not hesitate to take the risk and brazenly charge into the Federation. In front of the blood relationship between siblings, the position of emperor was not worth mentioning. As for the White Courtyard, which was hidden behind by Yan's Huai's dynasty and appeared to be even more mysterious and powerful than the 7 great families of the Federation, it would probably be very happy to see Su Lu become the ruler of this star region. Apart from their relationship, it was also related to Master Fan's passion for love and peace. Su Lu sat at the table in silence. His hands, which were hanging by his sides, had already been placed on the table in advance. He subconsciously held the teacup. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and his eyes narrowed more and more perplexed. In a very short time, he used the mechanical logic of an engineer to deduce the other party's proposal and came to this conclusion. Just as Elder Tang Zhizhong had said, as long as he agreed to their request and fulfilled today's agreement in the future, he would become the most famous monarch in history books. The left heaven starfield was like a class society that had been frozen for tens of thousands of years, ushering in a brand new era. This drama that no one could predict was about to unfold. However, a new era only meant change. No one knew if it was the best or the worst era. Furthermore, this change was so intense and had such far-reaching effects. Sulu couldn't help but sink into anxious and muddle-headed contemplation. He didn't know how to answer or how to choose, so he could only remain silent. Elder Tang Zhizhong could feel his intense mental struggle, so he just waited quietly. He believed that the dead Voss and himself wouldn't misjudge the young man across the table. He believed that no matter how long he waited, there would eventually be a result, and it would be a very good one. The confrontation between the silence and waiting was forcefully interrupted by a sudden noise. As the wall creaked, the tightly locked door was violently pushed open. Qi Dabing walked to Su Li's side with an ashen face. He looked at Elder Tang Zhizhong across the table and said in a deep voice, "We are all willing to sacrifice for our great ideals. But have you ever thought about why this person deserves our trust?" Tang Zhizhong furrowed his brows and said, "Trust is something that can't be proven. I believe in your teacher, Voss, and my own judgment. Just because of this inexplicable trust, you want the entire organization, hundreds of thousands of brave warriors, to risk their lives for this person? Don't forget, he is the son of that tyrant Huai Fu Chai. Although he grew up in the Federation, the filthy blood of the Huai family still flows in his veins." The veins on Qi Dabing's neck popped out. He waved his arms and asked angrily, "Even if he is worthy of our trust now, what will happen after we push him onto the throne? 3 years ago, you told all the comrades that position can change people, and unrestricted power can corrupt the noblest sentiments of humans. Therefore, you objected to me taking over the position of the leader of the organization, and instead created this so-called Committee of Seven. Fine, I believe that you were doing it for the sake of justice, so I accepted the decision of the organization. Then what about now? Why do you believe that the position won't change this guy after he becomes the emperor of the empire? Why do you believe that the unrestricted power of the emperor won't corrupt him? There are many comrades like me who are willing to sacrifice, but we are not willing to make such meaningless sacrifices." Qi Dabing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "If he becomes the emperor of the empire, but is not willing to carry out today's agreement and hand over the power in his hands, then what will the organization, which has already lost its power, use to pursue the matter? Or is it that we can only scold him a little?" Elder Tang Zhizhong's mood turned gloomy. He looked coldly at Qi Dabing and said, "This is the decision that the majority of the committee members agreed to, and I insist on it." "No." Qi Dabing raised his chin slightly and said firmly, "Unless he does something to prove that he is not the same as those detestable members of the royal family." He lowered his head to look at Su Lu and said coldly, "Because Muen has always been closely protected by the intelligence agency of the Empire, we have never been able to kill him. If you want us to believe you, you have to bring his head to me within a month. With your current identity, it shouldn't be difficult for you to accomplish this." Su Lu raised his head and looked at Qi Dabing's slightly twisted face. His mind, which was originally in a confused and anxious state, suddenly calmed down. After a moment of silence, he said, "As far as I know, although Muen left the resistance organization, he didn't do anything for the intelligence agency except for the visit to the Federation 3 years ago. He didn't betray any of you." After a slight pause, he continued, "Putting aside the standpoint, Muen can be considered my friend. He saved me back then, so I can't do this request of yours." Qi Dabing didn't seem to be surprised by his answer. He looked at him and said in a deep voice, "I don't care about your words of defending that shameful traitor. Since you don't want to kill him, then I suggest you the second way to prove yourself, to kill Huai Chaoshi." Su Lu frowned and looked at him for a long time. He asked, "Is there something wrong with your brain?" "I know she is your sister," Qi Dabing said angrily. Qi Dabing said angrily, "But don't forget that the blood of countless of our comrades is flowing in the hands of this princess. In the face of justice, things like family and bloodline, must be forgotten and abandoned. Not to mention that this is a sinful, dirty, rotten, and backward family bloodline. Su Li's thick eyebrows furrowed even more sharply. He looked at him in silence. If you don't understand this point, it proves that you don't have a firm revolutionary ideology at all. I can't just watch you take control of the organization. I will do everything in my power to stop you. Hearing these strange and oppressive declarations, Su Li's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. It wasn't because he understood something, but because he remembered something. The girl in the Iron Tower in Linhai, those young students full of revolutionary optimism, he calmly recalled, and then he confirmed some things. In terms of emotions, I've always been leaning towards you, until this moment. It's because I can't accept that an organization waving the flag of idealism would actually use this kind of robber gang method. Is this a kidnapping between two murderers? The sharp light in Chi Dabing's eyes gradually calmed down. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at Su Lu. After a moment of silence, he didn't say anything and turned to leave. I'm sorry. If thinking is something that can be easily changed, then you don't need to think for so long before. It's obvious that some comrades in our organization haven't changed their thinking. Elder Tang Zhizhong sighed, stood up, and said to Su Lu. However, he felt a little strange in his heart because Chi Dabing's performance of rushing into the room was obviously meaningless. It seemed that he only wanted to provoke Su Lu so that he wouldn't accept this agreement. I'm sorry. Su Lu looked at the elder and said. Elder Tang Zhizhong's expression slightly froze. He immediately smiled and raised his hand to stop the latter half of his words. He sincerely said, Please don't make a hasty decision because of a moment of emotional fluctuation. I think you need to sit alone and think about it. After saying this, the elder slowly walked out of the room with a hunched body. When the door closed, Su Lu suddenly felt that the elder's figure was extremely tired. It was very similar to some of the figures he had seen in his life, such as the leader in a wheelchair or the director of the department of Zhou Yingxing who stayed up all night to work, or the old man in the hospital bed by Lake Feiqing. Probably because of the déjà vu, Su Lu didn't have the heart to say his decision immediately. Instead, he listened to the elder's request and sat alone in the room to think or to prepare for his next move. A few minutes later, Philip's voice sounded in Su Li's ears. The expression on his face suddenly changed. He suddenly turned around and looked at the closed door. His slightly narrowed eyes were full of shock. The door was pushed open again, but this time it was much gentler and more polite. The person who walked into the room was still Chi Dabing. He used a white hot towel to carefully wipe his slender fingers. He walked straight to the old man's seat and slowly sat down. He raised his head and calmly looked at Su Lu. The previous appearance of an excited and angry revolutionary leader in the prime of his life had long disappeared. At this time, his face was full of confidence and steadiness based on strength, as well as a palpitating calmness. I think now the two of us can talk about future arrangements. Chapter 876. Chi Dabing looked at him and smiled. He gently placed the steaming handkerchief on the table and said calmly, Since you don't want to go back to the Imperial Palace, then don't go back. Since you don't like the Empire, then don't stay in the left Sky Star region. Although you can't go back to the Federation, I think Bermuda is still a good place to go. I believe that with your ability, you will have a great time in that paradise of adventurers. Of course, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He said seriously, The organization will definitely launch a continuous hunt for you. But to be honest, people like you and me won't be killed so easily. Besides, you have the help of that princess. Su Lu listened quietly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Suddenly, he said, You killed him? Chi Dabing's expression froze slightly. Then, he said calmly, A revolution has always been a life and death movement. It is a storm, not a light breeze or drizzle. A revolution is a baptism. A revolution is an evolution. It is when the old is gone and the new is positive. It is when the sacrifice of a few people is used to advance the general trend. You talk a lot of nonsense. Su Lu looked at him quietly. I gave him a chance. Just now, I rushed in so recklessly and angrily and questioned him. What was his reaction? He didn't react at all. He didn't change this absurd idea. He still wants to push you onto the throne. What made me feel even more disdainful was that he actually didn't get angry. He didn't reprimand me. Is he afraid of me? Or is he trying to maintain a calm appearance and launch a fierce counterattack against me later? Chi Daebing's eyebrows raised slightly. His usually sharp and cold eyes were full of contempt and mockery. He said, "It was his calmness that made me make up my mind. In order to express his damn sincerity to you, he drove away all the people in the corridor. Then, when he walked out of this room, his fate was already sealed. Your fate has already been decided. You will bear the crime of killing a senior leader of the organization." Su Lu slightly lowered his eyes, silently looking at the teacup in front of him and the cup of tea left by Tang Zhizhong on the opposite side of the table. Thinking of the old and tired figure before the door was closed, and thinking of the old man's body that was being dragged into the shadows somewhere in the corridor, he couldn't help but slowly frown. He understood that he was not mentally prepared at all, but had come into close contact with the resistance organization's cruel war for power and witnessed a cold-blooded murder with his own eyes. "I didn't think you would do such a cruel thing, so I wasn't prepared." He raised his head and looked at Chi Daebing calmly, asking, "But why did you do this? Why?" Chi Daebing's voice was slightly higher, making it sound a bit shrill. After laughing for a long time, he said mockingly, "You can see this as a very simple political struggle. Right now, the organization needs a strong core leader, not like the past few years, where all the spirit of the organization is being worn down by the Bullsh Asterisk T Committee. This is completely different from the impression I had of you before." Sulu looked into his eyes and said seriously, "Using a centralized method to fight against the centralized rule of the empire? Using lies to fight lies? I hate this method very much, and I believe you want more than this." Hearing this, Chi Daebing was silent for a long time, and somewhat irritably grabbed a wet towel and threw it to the corner of the table. He frowned and said, "Of course I want more things. You probably don't remember. Many people in the organization have deliberately forgotten this." He raised his head and looked at Su Lu, laughed self-deprecatingly, and said, "My surname is also Huai. I'm a marginal descendant of the Huai royal family in Baiyan." "So?" Su Lu looked at this indifferent face and continued to ask, "The war on Mo Hua planet is very fierce. The whistling bullets do not have eyes that discriminate between classes. For them, there is no difference between the royal family and the slaves. In my opinion, the possibility of Huai Chaoshi dying in the hands of the federal army is very high. As long as this princess dies, that tyrant in the palace will have no more descendants. At that time, with the full support of the entire resistance organization, I will reveal my royal identity to the entire universe and contact the important officials of various departments through the spies hidden in the government. At that time, I will raise my arm, and no matter if it is the people at the bottom or the nobles, they will have no other choice but to elect me as the emperor." Chi Daebing described his plan with a cold expression. His eyes were indifferent, but some kind of invisible wildfire could be faintly seen burning in his eyes. "Back then, teacher nurtured me, and Leader Voss valued me and chose me as his successor. This had a lot to do with my royal identity. I even thought that when I was young, they had arranged my life this way, and I was very willing to accept this arrangement." Chi Daebing's tone suddenly turned cold. He stared at Su Li's face and said gloomily, "However, back then, when you first appeared on Tianjing planet as a fugitive from the Federation and were imprisoned in Master Fan's manor, teacher, who rarely contacted me, actually did not hesitate to expose my identity to save you. Voss, that old fool, even placed the entire resistance organization's future on you. He did not hesitate to bear the crime of betraying the country just to cooperate with the Federation. Until now, you have actually become the Empire's only successor. Everything changed overnight. That dead old man and the stubborn political speculators in the committee all felt that their chance had come, and they chose you. Why? You asked me why, and I also want to ask you why. Why did you appear in front of me? If fate had chosen you, then what about me? Why do you also have such dirty blood flowing in your body? Why did you appear and take everything away from me when I had already accepted this arrangement of fate? Chi Dabing suddenly stood up, and his sharp gaze pierced through the spreading wildfire. He stared at Su Li's face and roared angrily and coldly. The Void Lord Republic wants someone to be the emperor? I should be the one to do it. My surname is also Huai. Sula looked at him quietly, as if he was looking at a lunatic. Then, he said, you are a lunatic. You want to overthrow the emperor's rule, but in the end, you only want to be the emperor yourself. Then what about your revolutionary will? What about your baptism? What about your storm? What about your evolution? Why is this not okay? Chi Dabing looked at him mockingly and asked in return. After a moment of silence, Su Lu said directly, as long as I'm alive, then of course not. For a person like you, even if you continue to live, I will feel disgusted when I think of looking up at the same starry sky as you, let alone being the emperor. You are indeed very righteous. Chi Dabing looked at him with a faint smile and said mockingly, but what can you do? You don't dare to kill me. The more righteous you are, the less you dare to kill me. Whether that fat woman is worth you giving up the throne or not, in order to play the role of righteous you have always been, you can only do as I say. Of course. He spread his hands and said coldly, I am not stupid enough to use that fat woman's life to threaten you to commit suicide. I only ask that you leave and never talk about today's content. Su Lu sat silently by the table. He had no intention of getting up, nor did he open his mouth to speak. Chi Dabing frowned slightly and pointed at the small window behind him that was about to welcome the setting sun. He said, I will give you one last chance. Jump down from here and immediately leave the empire. Then I will let her go. Su Lu raised his head and squinted at his face. He said, I will give you one last chance. Immediately let her go, and then let the rest of the people in the building go. I will not participate in the internal struggle of your organization. Chi Dabing looked at him like he was an idiot. He said, you should understand one thing. Right now, only I have the right to threaten you. You don't have any means to threaten me. Su Li's shoulders sank slightly. The hand that had been holding the teacup slowly moved away from the table. Their palms were facing each other. He looked at him and said, I am threatening you with your own life. Then, I want to tell you something that very few people know. I have never been threatened by anyone since I was a child. Chi Dabing suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the quiet room had become somewhat heavy. It was clear that his most trusted subordinate had taken control of the entire floor, so no one should be able to disturb the negotiation here. He frowned and said, as long as a person is alive, they will inevitably be threatened because they will always care about some people or things. But I have always refused to enter such a situation. Su Lu replied, you don't know how hard my life has been. If I had to accept threats, I would have died countless times. My enemies in the Federation know this very well, so they have never dared to use my friends and family to threaten me. Once they fail, they will face a very terrifying me. His voice was very calm, as if he was narrating a very ordinary fact. Chi Dabing's gaze became extremely vigilant because he heard some kind of unshakable will. A strong will came from a strong fact. Back in the Federation, Madame Macho in the back of the mountain had tried to use Su Lu to threaten Su Lu. Su Lu had stepped on the snow in Charter Square for a night and used Madame Zhong to resolve the situation. Then he had infiltrated S2 to kill Macklin, destroying the plan that Madame Tai had planned for a long time. During this process, he had never thought of accepting threats. After being threatened by those big shots once, his family, friends, and lovers would constantly be in danger because of him. Su Lu absolutely could not accept this situation, so he used this method to express his attitude. Since then, all of his enemies, including President Pabre, had to think for a long time before making a move against people related to him, and they had to endure great psychological pressure. What you are doing today is actually something that Huai Chaosher has done before. Back then, when she and I were imprisoned in Master Fan's manor, She tried to use Aunt Susan to threaten me to surrender, but I did not agree, and she did not dare to make any further attempts. Do you know why? Because I said something to her. Because I hate being forced to do certain things. If you force me into a corner, I will become a dog, a mad dog. Sulu stood up from the table, looked at Chi Dabing expressionlessly, and said, "Today, I will repeat to you one more time. If you dare to harm Aunt Susan, I will become a dog that salivates fiercely, stares at your calf, and will do anything to take a few bites. I will bite you until you are full of wounds, oozing pus, and your whole body rots to death." Chapter 877. Sulu stood up and continued to provoke Chi Dabing, who was sitting across the table, with his deliberately cold expression and crazy words. His calm gaze was like the surface of a lake that had not been blown by the wind, but it also showed signs that it could move at any time. When his gaze landed on Chi Dabing's coat, it was as if he could see the gun inside. The man across the table was very strong. Although Sulu had won twice in the underground sewer and in the auto repair factory, he would never underestimate this person. The royal blood in Chi Dabing's body was somewhat thin, but it was still enough to support him to cultivate 8 rice shinchi. What made Sulu even more vigilant was that he was another student of Feng Yu. If measured by data, this man should be the strongest man in the younger generation after the 3. How could he knock him down without alerting his subordinates outside the room? Sulu repeated Mad Dog's declaration in a cold tone, but his mind was doing fast calculations. He knew that he had to be fast. After calming down his opponent's mind, he would succeed in one strike. He was like a stray dog wandering by the side of a mine. When he saw food, he would rush up with ferocious determination and bite down hard, never letting go. When he just spat out the word rot from his thin lips, his hands calmly pressed on the table, his shoulders slightly lowered, and his body relaxed. When there was no sign that he was going to make a move, he suddenly made his move. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly spread open like the torn pages of a fan. With a whoosh, he grabbed the teacup in front of him. Chi Dabing seemed to be stunned by his fierce words, but in fact, he had been calmly watching all the subtle movements of his body, especially the teacup in front of him. So the moment Sulu made a move, he made the fastest reaction. He didn't call for his subordinates outside the room in vain. Instead, he used his right hand as fast as lightning to pull out a pistol and aimed the black muzzle between Sulu's eyebrows. His index finger was on the trigger, and he didn't hesitate to press it down hard. He was very clear about Sulu's ability. He knew that once he made a move, it would be a matter of life and death. Therefore, his actions were very straightforward, without any hesitation. He didn't care about the consequences at all. He just wanted him to die. When the cold gun barrel was aimed at the space between Sulu's eyebrows and was about to shoot, Sulu's 5 fingers had just touched the edge of the teacup. His fingertips could only feel the coldness of the tea that penetrated the wall. It seemed that death was imminent. However, Sulu never thought of using the teacup in front of him to buy time. His target was the teacup across the table, the one that also contained the cold tea that belonged to the dead Tang Zhizhong. An invisible force whizzed out from his fingertips and instantly broke through the distance between the table and accurately hit the small porcelain cup. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the teacup seemed to have received some kind of shock and jumped up in fear. It whistled through the air and viciously smashed into the black hole of the muzzle. Ha! With a dull and monotonous sound, the bullet shot out powerfully, but it was far away from the target. The tube-shaded green tree in the corner suddenly shattered. Chi Dabing's pupils shrank as he looked at the figure that swept across the table like a mad tiger and whizzed toward him. He made a calculation in his mind like lightning. He knew that if he tried to aim at the opponent again, the elbow strike that seemed to carry countless tons of weight would definitely smash his head into a rotten watermelon. He released his right hand that was tightly holding the gun and focused all his spiritual power on the left side of his body. In an instant, he bent his left arm and used his arm to protect his cheek. The tip of his elbow fiercely met the attack. The two people's elbows collided with each other without any fancy moves. The powerful force that was hidden between the bones and flesh took advantage of the momentum to burst out, causing the air to vibrate uneasily. However, Su Lu took advantage of the momentum to pounce on Chi Dabing fiercely with a 70% domineeringness. He actually smashed Chi Dabing into the wall and forced him to take 2 steps back. Without any pause, Su Li's left foot heavily stomped on the ground. His body leaned forward in an extremely aggressive manner, and his left arm unreasonably hit the opponent's neck, which was the weakest part of the opponent's body. The two movements were extremely simple, and there was no obvious distinction between the two movements. The 10 postures that he had learned since he was a child had long melted into his blood and nerves. In today's world, there were not many people who could be his opponent in close combat. Even someone as strong as Madman Li had been defeated by him in terms of techniques when they were in Lin Yuan. If Chi Dabing's iron-like R were to hit him, his neck bone would definitely crack. However, to Su Li's surprise, although Chi Dabing was pushed back in an extremely embarrassing manner, he did not know when, but his right arm was raised horizontally. In an almost impossible situation, he directly blocked Su Li's extremely domineering chop. The collision of the powerful forces once again shook the space. The leaves of the pipe-shade green tree that was in a state of collapse began to fall off the branches in the silent wind that suddenly appeared. Su Li's pupils shrank slightly. His opponent seemed to have guessed what his next move would be in advance. No, it should be said that Chi Dabing's body instinctively sensed what his next move would be. In an instant, he thought of a very important problem, and his mood suddenly became a little cold. His opponent was Feng Yu's student, so he must be very familiar with these sharp and terrifying close combat skills. He might even have practiced them for a longer time than him. Because of his cold mood, his fighting spirit increased. Su Lu expressionlessly crossed his legs and directly approached Chi Dabing. His 3 fingers formed a thorn, and with a strange twist, he went straight for his opponent's throat. Chi Dabing, who was very close to Chu Yunsheng, narrowed his eyes. He raised his right knee to protect his lower abdomen, and his left palm turned into an iron door, blocking his throat. Like a blunt knife cutting into the old skin of a rhinoceros, or like a thick dictionary hitting a person, Su Li's fingers fiercely cut into Chi Dabing's palm, making a muffled sound. Purple blood seeped out from his palm, and his knuckles also became a little pale, and it was difficult for him to go any further. The battle continued. Elbow to elbow, knee to knee. In the extremely narrow space near the window, the two people were doing the sharpest and most ruthless close combat in the smallest area. The air was torn, rolled, and then torn again. Every part of their body became a terrifying weapon. No matter if it was the elbow, the knee, the snap of the fingers, or the head, they were all like steel and iron, piercing each other like needles. All of them had the blood of the Empire's royal family flowing in their veins. They all had the same teacher, close or distant. All of them had inherited the close combat skills of the Li family of Philadelphia. They were either fierce or ruthless. This kind of battle was definitely not very exciting to watch, but it was definitely the most dangerous melee battle. This kind of battle started suddenly and often ended very quickly as well. It was even faster than the people involved could imagine. The pistol left Chi Dabing's hand, and at this time, it finally fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Su Lu and Chi Dabing's bodies approached each other in a strange posture. Their right legs were like steel, deeply embedded into each other's center of gravity. Then, the two twisted their knees at almost the same time. Their feet still didn't leave the ground, but their knees fiercely hit each other. The dull sound of collision suddenly sounded, and the pants on the two people's knees shattered at the same time. They didn't know how many times the two iron knees had hit each other in a flash. Chi Dabing's face was pale. He felt the sharp pain coming from that place, and knew that the knee's cartilage had been broken. His body leaned forward powerlessly. However, this accidental change that seemed like he had lost his balance and could only admit defeat gave him an opportunity to turn the situation around. He suddenly bent his right arm and used the height difference to avoid Su Li's left arm. He drew the straightest line in the air and used the tip of his elbow to fiercely smash Su Li's shoulder. Su Li's left shoulder seemed to have an extra mountain. He seemed to hear the surface of his shoulder blade crack. His waist and abdomen couldn't withstand such a huge force. His left leg suddenly went soft, and he squatted down. However, his eyes were still bright as he stared in front of him. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the squatting position, Su Lu pulled out the military knife hidden in his boot at lightning speed and fiercely stabbed it into the open and defenseless chest in front of him. With a poochie sound, the delicate and sharp military knife pierced through Chi Dabing's palm that had come to block him based on his battle instinct. It stabbed into his waist and directly cut through the muscle fibers in that area. It even pierced through the vertebrae behind his waist and directly broke his nerve bundle. Almost without any pause or hesitation, Su Lu pulled out the military knife as fast as he could and once again stabbed it diagonally into Chi Dabing's body. The military knife accurately pierced through the gap between the ribs and the soft lobes of the lungs. The sharp tip of the knife reached the edge of the heart. At this time, the intense pain from the nerve bundle was transmitted to Chi Dabing's brain. His face was extremely distorted. He instinctively wanted to scream, but it was blocked by a thick and strong palm. "Don't scream." Su Lu half squatted on the ground and looked at Chi Dabing, who was leaning against the wall and slowly sliding down. His left hand covered Chi Dabing's mouth so hard that his veins were exposed. With a poochie sound, Chi Dabing spat out the blood that he had been holding in his chest. He quickly took a few deep breaths, and his pale face slightly recovered. The sharp military knife in his right hand was still deeply stabbed into Chi Dabing's body. The scene looked a bit bloody and strange. Chi Dabing's face was ashen as he leaned against the wall. He looked at the military knife under his ribs with the corner of his eyes. He imagined that the sharp tip of the knife could pierce through his heart at any time. He was terrified and started to cough. Blood spurted out of his mouth from his lungs to his trachea like fireworks. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of sweet saliva and looked at Su Lu, who was squatting in front of him. He said with a trembling voice, "You can't kill me. No one knows where she is. If you kill me, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Tell me where she is." Su Li's hand that was holding the military knife was very stable. Even if Chi Dabing coughed violently, he did not let the tip of the knife pierce through his heart. He said, "If you don't tell me, I will kill you. If I tell you, you will still kill me." Chi Dabing smiled bitterly. "For the same reason, even if I agree to your conditions, you will still kill Andy." Su Lu said, "If that's the case, I might as well kill you first and then go find her." Chi Dabing fell into a great panic. He had never thought that there would be a person in the world who would not be threatened like Su Lu. He clearly cared about that fat woman so much. Why did he dare to do this? Su Li's expression suddenly became serious. He covered his ears with his left hand and said, "You found her? Inform them." Then he looked at Chi Dabing and said an address. Hearing this address, Chi Dabing's body stiffened. He knew that he could no longer use Susan to threaten this small-eyed man. He rolled his eyes in despair and suddenly said hysterically, "Teacher will not let you kill me. Don't forget that I am also teacher's student. We are from the same school." After a moment of silence, Su Lu said with an expressionless face, "You are his student. I'm just a worker. As for the same school, we are from your mother's school." After saying this, he pushed his right hand, and the sharp military knife directly pierced through the man's heart. Chapter 878. Su Lu pulled out the military knife. His face was still expressionless, but when he heard the spluttering sound, his brows slightly furrowed. Chi Dabing's throat made a gurgling sound as he gasped for breath in vain. His legs twitched, and he died. Blood gurgled out from under his ribs. Not long after, it stopped because of the loss of vitality. The red sun outside the window was already setting. Su Lu stood up and looked back. He saw that around the streets of the capital, there was a stretch of plain gray buildings. As usual, it was monotonous and dull, but it was as if someone was looking at him. Then, he looked back at the closed door again. Outside the corridor, There were Qi Dabing's loyal subordinates, Tang Zhizhong's body that was gradually turning cold, and the resistance members in their respective rooms who still didn't know what had happened. Without spending too much time thinking, he grabbed the edge of the small window with his right hand and directly jumped down. Falling through the air, the light red light of twilight flashed quickly over his body. Sulu silently thought about how Qi Dabing had asked him to jump out of the window to escape. He killed him, and now he still wanted to jump out of the window to escape. The difference between the two was probably that the former was forced to leave, but now it was his own decision. Whether there was any annoying resistance or pressure had always been an important basis for him to decide the direction he wanted to go. His feet landed on the ground with a muffled thud. Sulu silently climbed over the wall. Before he turned the corner, he subconsciously looked back at the auto repair factory building. He could vaguely see many figures shuttling between the buildings in panic. If he left quietly like this, the resistance would probably think that he killed Tang Zhizhong and Qi Dabing. Moreover, there would definitely be an intense power struggle within the organization. However, this was ultimately something he didn't have the ability and qualifications to deal with. Imperial Second Royal Hospital, Back Mountain Intensive Care Unit. Sulu hurriedly arrived by helicopter. He pushed open the blue door and quickly walked to the side of the bed. He reached out and held the hand of the woman on the bed. His mood finally calmed down. In the instant before he killed Qi Dabing, Philip searched the database of the Imperial Intelligence Agency and used 3 near-Earth military satellites to conduct a high-density scan of suspicious locations around the capital. He finally succeeded in finding the place where Aunt Susan was imprisoned, a remote ranch in the suburbs. Sulu had Philip notify the Imperial Intelligence Agency. The agency's special operations forces were already on standby. Now that they had the specific location and the enemy's layout, they parachuted into the ranch like tigers and wolves. It didn't take much time to rescue the ant, and no one died in the entire operation. It was just that Aunt Susan had caught a cold the night before and was greatly frightened today. Her body was very weak. After she was rescued, she was directly sent to this luxurious royal hospital, and she was injected with sedatives. And at this time, she was in A, and she was slowly receiving a high-energy nutrient fluid. Sula looked at the ant's white hair that was messy on the pillow and reached out to gently tidy it for her. He noticed that the ant's brows were still tightly furrowed in her sleep. Her dry lips trembled from time to time, and she used some kind of dialect to lightly mutter words that were difficult to understand. He couldn't help but frown. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a black official's uniform walked in with a cold expression. He had a luxurious staff under his arm. Behind him followed 6 or 7 stern-looking subordinates. The officials in charge of the ward's security all bowed to the side and didn't dare to stop them. It seemed that he was a big shot. Sulu slowly stood up. Looking at the man who was getting closer and closer, he suddenly said, "I have a patient here. Whatever you want to say, go out first." Obviously, this big shot who called himself Commandery Prince Jinzhong didn't have the leisure and time to sympathize with the patient. Thinking about it from another perspective, as the Commandery Prince, who was personally appointed by His Majesty to temporarily lead the affairs of the Intelligence Bureau, while Huai Chaoshi was in charge of the front-line battle, he had been blinded by the anger of being neglected. He didn't consider why there was such a sudden action today that he didn't know about. "What's your position in the Bureau? Who approved this action?" The Commandery Prince looked down at Su Lu with 1% of his eyes. He didn't do it deliberately. He naturally looked at Su Li's face and scolded in a deep voice, "I will naturally punish you after the matter. What I want to know now is, where's the base of the rebel organization? Why were you able to escape from there alone? Tell me everything you know right now." Su Lu frowned and quietly looked at this member of the imperial family. He roughly guessed that the high-ranking officials in the Intelligence Bureau had used some unknown method to hide their identities. Their intention was none other than to let the Commandery Prince meet with him. Realizing that he actually dared to frown and look at him impatiently, Commandery Prince Jinzhong snorted. His eyes were extremely round. He was probably going to kill someone in the next moment. Sulu ignored him and directly turned to walk out of the ward. After everyone left the ward, he suddenly turned to look at the commandery prince and said, "I don't want to talk too much with you. I'm just doing my business. However, to avoid trouble, I can tell you that in my eyes, there has never been anything like a commandery prince or prince. If you have the same idea as me and don't want to cause too much trouble, I suggest you ask the people around you or the staff in the Intelligence Bureau about the specific situation." In reality, these words were long-winded enough. However, because Sulu was unwilling to have too much contact with the imperial officials and was even more unwilling to reveal his identity and shout about the glory of his family like a noble young master in a confrontation on the street, he would rather remind the commandery prince and let him investigate on his own. Ever since he was a teenager, he had not liked to play this game of relying on his father. Back then, he had been an orphan in a mining family and did not have the right to rely on his father. Now that he had the most powerful father in the entire universe, he did not want to acknowledge him. Commandery Prince Jinzhong narrowed his eyes slightly. The expression on his face changed continuously because of this person's calmness. He stared at Su Li's face. Suddenly, he took a phone from a subordinate and asked a few questions. After hanging up the phone, the commandery prince no longer had his initial arrogance. His eyes were filled with an extremely complicated expression. He looked at Su Lu silently for a long time and then said, "The emperor summons you to the palace." Su Lu paused and then said, "Not now. I will go when I have time." Because he owed a favor to the imperial royal family for this matter, his answer at this moment was already as gentle as possible. However, when it fell into the ears of everyone in the corridor, it was still like rolling thunder. He dared to directly refuse the great emperor's summons and say that he would go when he had time. Commandery Prince Jinzhong looked at him like a monster. He had wanted to use this opportunity to scold him as an elder. Suddenly, he thought of this person's past glorious deeds. He thought of how the most hard-working prince of the empire, the most bloodthirsty commandery prince, had been unreasonably killed by this small-eyed man in front of him. He immediately gave up on his previous thoughts. At night, Aunt Susan woke up. Sulu stayed by her side and comforted her with a few words. Looking at Aunt Susan's haggard and sunken eyes, he did not explain too much and quietly urged her to go back to sleep. After Aunt Susan relaxed and fell into a deep sleep, Sulu walked out of the ward and came to the verdant garden at the edge of the building. He looked up at the strange moon in the sky and lit a cigarette. He sank into a complicated and confused mood and was silent for a long time. The royal hospital was near the mountains and rivers. The scenery was excellent, especially in this special protective area behind the mountains, where only those with noble titles could live. It was built in the valley and welcomed the rising moon and sunset through the plum trees. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream that he did not want to wake up from. He thought of everything he had experienced during the day and guessed what was happening in the car repair factory. He thought of how he was now far away from that place, as if nothing had happened. He saved Aunt Susan and strolled in the beautiful plum forest. He felt that it was really like a dream. Elder Tang Zhizhong's words kept echoing in his mind. The longer they echoed, the more the scenes and suggestions were like poems in a dream. They gradually faded and faded. Although he did not forget them, they became more and more vague. Become the king of the left sky star region? Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the bright moon hanging high in the dark blue night sky. He admitted that he was tempted at that time in the room. Otherwise, he would not have been silent for so long. Just like what Li Pifu said on his sickbed, Feng Yu went to Donglin in the past partly because he wanted to witness the tragic beauty of the decline of a society and civilization. To be able to witness some kind of big change in history was an irresistible temptation. Who did not want to go back to the beginning of time and see Schiller write wonderful works? Who did not want to go back to the beginning of history and see the Tang dynasty peacefully give up power and the scene of thousands of people celebrating at the beginning of the Republic? Becoming the emperor of the empire witnessing a big change in the left sky star region that had not happened for tens of thousands of years, and even personally participating in it. This temptation was too great. It was so great that even he, a rock in Dong Lin, found it hard to suppress his desire. However, the sudden change in the situation and the cold situation caused by Chi Dabing made him quickly realize that the plan of the resistance organization could not change the world of the left sky star region. This kind of reform path from the top to the bottom would eventually lead to the old path of war and slaughter. No one would be willing to give up the rights and interests they already had, let alone the entire class of the imperial family. That Prince Jinzhong he saw earlier might be afraid of him because of his bloodline and did not even have the courage to oppose him inheriting the throne of the empire. However, if he carried out the agreement with Tang Zhizhong, this prince would definitely resist at all costs. Su Le could not even imagine what kind of attitude Huai Chaosher would have when the time came. In comparison, the current imperial family of the empire tried to use education to bridge the gap between the classes, which seemed more gentle and feasible. However, how could this kind of scratching through the shoe stop the pain of hundreds of millions of years? The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the plum trees were fragrant without flowers. He walked slowly in the back of the mountain of the hospital, the cigarette between his fingers gradually burning out. He thought for a long time, but still could not figure out why. He could not help but laugh at himself and admit that he was indeed a little stupid in this regard. Chapter 879. Star-seizing Palace was very tall, so tall that it reached into the clouds. Su Lu walked through the streets of the capital, looking at the building that overlooked the mortal world. He always unconsciously did not understand why the countless bloody rebellions of the empire had never harmed this seemingly slender and fragile symbolic building. Why had the successive emperors who lived at the very top been accompanied by the stars at night? Why had they not been able to cultivate a broad heart? More importantly, where had the empire obtained the technology from so many years ago to be able to protect that environment? Standing behind the internal official, he felt the gentle movement of the floating elevator. Because too much time had passed, he had been silently thinking about these things. Only when the elevator doors silently opened and that screen covered in golden sunflowers came into view did he suddenly wake up with a shiver. The emperor of the empire, Huai Fuchai, was sitting against the wall on the couch. He wore a fitting black and purple robe with a belt of round stones tied tightly around his waist. Paired with the stone ring that bound his straight white hair behind his head, it gave him a particularly solemn and dignified feeling. Su Lu walked up behind him and said, "Thank you for yesterday's matter." "You?" Huai Fuchai slowly turned around and looked at him coldly. "This is the education you received in the Federation?" "In my impression, the Federation has always believed that the people of the Empire are barbaric orcs. So why is it that you, who they taught, do not know how to speak respectfully to your own father?" Su Lu maintained his silence. He did not explain anything, nor did he want to refute anything. "What did you say when you met with those trash yesterday?" Huai Fuchai looked at him with slight mockery. "They really want you to be emperor? And then after I die, they will throw the empire into chaos?" Su Li's gaze lowered slightly. In a low voice, he said, "The current empire is already in chaos enough." Huai Fuchai's sharp brows furrowed slightly. He looked at him coldly and suddenly said, "Since you do not bend your ways for power, since you loathe the smell of the imperial palace, why did you meet with those trash? Or is it that a trash like you is also moved and wants to take over everything in my hands?" The first two sentences were from that day outside the palace walls, the contents of their conversation in the wild graveyard. Su Lu slowly raised his head and calmly looked into his eyes, saying, "I have never thought of myself as trash. Cowardly and cowardly. He only has brute strength, but his shoulders can't carry anything. He can see the entire universe, but he has to deal with those rat-like trash. He looks at his father's back like a thief. If this kind of person isn't trash, then who is?" Huai Fuchai unceremoniously reprimanded him. "I really don't know what you've learned from Nasri." You didn't even learn his arrogance. True arrogance lies in the lack of fear, nothing else. Sulu was silent for a moment before replying. If saying bad words in front of you is courage, then I've already said enough dirty words when you whipped me with the thorns in your hand. As if recalling the extremely unpleasant scene of the past, Huai Fu Chai slowly furrowed his brows. He recalled that it was he who had whipped this little guy in front of him until he was covered in blood and ordered him to be killed, but he had no idea that this was the only bloodline he had left in this universe. With this thought, Huai Fu Chai's anger grew. Perhaps even he himself could not tell where this anger came from. From being deceived? Coming from a loss of face? In short, he slowly straightened his body. With the cold demeanor of a sovereign, he narrowed his eyes at Su Lu and said, "You are already old. You are already old. I don't want to educate you anymore, and I don't want to talk about responsibility with a piece of trash like you. But you must remember, the blood of Baiyan's Huai family flows in your body. You're my son. You are my subject. You must maintain the respect that you deserve. In the category of thinking that I can accept, there is no such thing as a ruler and subject, father and son." Sula looked at him and said, "So please don't try to use this to intimidate me. Since you are not willing to kill me, then don't use this tone of voice to speak to me." Ever since he had ascended to the star-seizing hall, no one had dared to use this tone of voice to speak to the emperor of the empire, not even his most trusted and favorite Huai Chaoshi. Huai Fu Chai's eyes narrowed even more sharply as he gloomily stared at Su Li's face. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and slowly stroked his white hair. His expression changed from the calm before the storm to its usual indifference. With undisguised mockery, he said, "Yes, an idiot like you will only fall for Pabre's tricks." Su Lu slowly clenched his fists, not to attack, but to control his emotions. He simply did not want to meet this man in front of him. Although in terms of blood, he was his father, the reason he did not want to do so was not because of fear or anything else, but simply because he did not want to. Huai Fu Chai calmly looked at his tightly pursed lips. For some reason, his emotions once again relaxed. After a pause, he said indifferently, "This time I helped you, but you killed that traitor Qi Dabing, so we are even." Hearing these words, Su Lu was somewhat puzzled. He was well aware of the extent of the Empire's infiltration of the so-called rebel organizations. The harvest that year was the most bloody proof, so he did not believe that the rebel organizations under the leadership of Qi Dabing could pose any threat to the imperial family. Do not underestimate any enemy, even if it is an enemy that has already died in front of you. Huai Fu Chai waved his hand slightly. His black and purple sleeves fluttered behind his back. He expressionlessly walked to the railing and said in a low voice, "That bastard is lucky to have the blood of our imperial family in him, and he has the necessary personality to succeed. In my opinion, if he had not met you, he would have had a very good future." Su Lu silently followed him to the railing. Thinking of Qi Dabing's declaration in the room that was like grinding steel, thinking of those stormy statements about the theory of evolution, he could not help but frown slightly. He thought that if that person was given a chance, perhaps he really could have grown into a character like Pabre. But people with ability often think too highly of themselves, and people who think too highly of themselves die easily because they always feel that they are fated and will not die so easily. Huai Fu Chai slowly walked to the railing and extended his left hand to caress the intricate patterns on the railing. He looked at the white clouds drifting outside the building and said with a calm expression, "However, I'm the only one truly fated in the entire universe. Since childhood, countless people have tried to kill me, but I am still alive. As a monarch, I have to have unworldly self-confidence, so I have never worried that the battleships of the Federation will be able to destroy this star-seizing hall. The stars in the universe move, and the clouds move, but this palace always exists. I can't even see any possibility of it dying." Huai Fu Chai looked at the white clouds flowing outside the railing, at the place where the blood-stained thorn fell, at the clouds where his elder brother had fallen. After a long silence, he continued, "If you think about it carefully, I do not have many regrets in this life, other than Li Pifu dying too early. That day, when I heard that he had died, I suddenly realized that I could not find an opponent. Do you understand the kind of loneliness? Sula looked at the somewhat melancholy back of this monarch and couldn't help but think of some of the special literary descriptions in Schiller's novels. But he couldn't laugh, no matter what. The same words, when spoken by different people, had completely different effects. If it was a hedonistic son sighing about his loneliness, it would only make others feel annoyed and disgusted. But the man who said this was the master of the left Skystar region, the man with the most authority in this part of the universe. So it was only right and proper. Huai Fuchai's face carried a faint hint of self-mockery as he sighed emotionally. In the eyes of many people, and in your eyes, this battle before you is hair-raising, but in my eyes, it is nothing more than a game. These little fellows are messing around. Do I have to participate? After father and master passed away, I waited here for Lipifu for 20 years, but in the end, he hid by that lake and refused to come out. Since he is dead, where can I find an opponent? Suli's brows rose slightly. But many people have already died. People will die. Lipifu will die. I will die. You also die. The fate of people is death. And the reason people live is because they want to live to the fullest. Huai Fuchai turned to look at him. I am an emperor. I do not have the right to the fullest. Since you want to go to the fullest, I will not stop you. But you must remember, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, my blood flows in your body. Your glory and fall will be draped in the name of the Huai family. Even if you're going to die, you must find a way to die that will not disgrace me. On the way out of the royal palace, Sulu silently thought about the seemingly meaningless conversation in Jiaxing Hall. He didn't feel much emotion or sympathy for the monarch who had guarded the royal palace alone for decades. He only thought about how this monarch clearly had a vision, willpower, and determination that ordinary people could not reach. He might even have great power that was no less than Lipifu's, but because of that obsession that crossed his heart and made him unable to be happy, he waited his entire life only to see Lipifu die of old age. Just how much meaning did such a life have? And what was the meaning of his own life? Muin was waiting for him outside the palace gates. He looked with some surprise at this underworld boss who was still wearing black fur. He narrowed his eyes and asked, I heard that you are now a special official of the Bureau of Intelligence. My rank is very low, although I have the protection of Her Highness. You also know that the various departments are filled with nobles and even members of the royal family. It is not easy for a commoner like me to rise up the ranks. As if he didn't see the emotions in Su Li's eyes, Muin smiled and walked side by side with him under the shade of a tree. He said, Looks like you don't plan to stay in the royal palace. Yes, I'm not used to many of the details of life here. Sulu turned his head and glanced at the official who was still respectfully kneeling on the ground outside the palace gates. He said, for example, this kind of scene. He and Mu had a friendship forged through a hail of bullets. Although they had gone through life and death together on the valley road to the south of Tianjin and had worked together to bury the bodies of many soldiers from the resistance organization. Given his temperament, he was still unable to let go of Mu's betrayal. However, he had now become someone who had no right to speak of his position. Naturally, he had no right to criticize others. Or rather, it could be said that he had lost some sort of confidence. Muin keenly sensed his true emotions and said with a slight self-deprecating smile, I am not the emperor's son. Saying such words in the empire was, without a doubt, a heinous crime. The person who said it could wash their neck clean and summon all the women and children in their family to wash their necks together. However, Muin said it so indifferently. Sulu also understood. He paused in his steps, shook his head, and patted his shoulder with a smile. Chapter 880. This had nothing to do with the theory of bloodlines, but it was related to the innate inequality of human society. Sulu recalled what Huai Chaosher said back then and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Humans hated betrayal because it brought about extreme insecurity. It was always the hardest to defend against a sneak attack from one's companions. Therefore, no matter whether it was the Federation or the Empire, The punishment for traitors was always the heaviest in all the moral codes. For example, Muin right now, but it did not include himself. The noble blood of the Bai Jin Huai family flowed in his body. When he turned from a hero of the Federation to a crown prince of the Empire, even many people in the Federation did not think that it was a betrayal. They only thought that it was a melodramatic arrangement of fate. However, in the Empire, there was absolutely no one who dared to mention or even think about how many young people of the Empire he had killed on the battlefield and even assassinated members of the royal family. If he was just an ordinary person, he would have been killed by countless cold words and blades when he had cold-bloodedly betrayed the Empire and then shamelessly betrayed the Federation. Understanding this, one could understand Mu-on's helpless choice a little more. Under a big banyan tree by the road, when the two were about to say goodbye, Mu-on asked, "What do you plan to do in the future?" "A few days ago, I told someone that I don't have any choice right now. I can only hope that the two sides can stop fighting. This really has nothing to do with morality, justice, or humanity. To use a perhaps inappropriate analogy, this war to me is like a father and mother picking up a kitchen knife and hacking each other home. What can I do as a son? You're right. This is a natural choice." Muin patted his shoulder sympathetically. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, "I may be going back to the organization soon. At that time, I may need to use your name." "You're going back?" Su Lu frowned and asked. "Now, including the Federation, everyone knows that you're a traitor. How are you going to go back? Tang Zhizhong and Qi Dabing are already dead. You should be able to guess that the people in the organization will attribute their deaths to you. My mission back in the organization is to use the evidence provided by the Intelligence Bureau to expose Qi Dabing's true colors. Who will believe the evidence you provide? When it comes to things like evidence, you can believe it when you need it. For an organization that has fallen apart and is being cursed by countless people who originally supported them, the most important thing now is to survive. As long as the evidence can give them an excuse to change and survive, they will believe it. Can you make it clearer?" "Under the direct command of His Highness, I will lead the entire resistance organization and carry out extensive cooperation with the royal family to establish a united front to resist the invasion of the Federation." Mu-in said calmly, "I believe that most of the comrades in the organization will agree with this approach." Su Lu shook his head and said, "There are two people that the resistance group hates the most. One is the dead Keaton, and the other is Huai Chaoshi, who leads the intelligence agency. They will never agree to cooperate with her." "I'm not talking about the princess." Muin smiled and said, "I'm talking about you, the crown prince." Holding the fruit knife with steady fingers, he cut the thin skin. Since he could repair the delicate structure with his naked eyes and hands, it was very easy for him to cut the apple. Almost in the blink of an eye, 7 rings of thin skin were gently peeled off. He held the white apple like a lantern and brought it to Aunt Susan's mouth. Aunt Susan looked at him with a smile and shook her head to show that she didn't want to eat it. Her expression was still haggard. She looked at him quietly and asked, "Little guy, who are you?" Hearing this question, Su Lu knew how to answer. Whether it was when he was escaping in the small courtyard or when he came back this time, Aunt Susan could sense his difficulties and rarely asked him about these things. In fact, he could have directly stated his identity and believed that Aunt Susan wouldn't treat him differently because of this. But when he thought of her current physical condition, he didn't want to shock her too much. Thinking of what the doctor said earlier, his mood was a bit gloomy. The results of the comprehensive medical examination were not very good. The delicate, noble lady of the past had become an auntie in the market with her arms akimbo. Behind the dramatic life were too many hardships of life, especially the hardships in the early years, which had caused great damage to Aunt Susan's body. Now, with the addition of the cold and fear, all of it broke out. Although it wasn't life-threatening, she needed a long time to recuperate. "I work in the intelligence agency." "Well, I should be considered a not small official." Su Lu smiled and replied, "Those criminals who kidnapped you mainly wanted to take revenge on me. It's my fault for involving you. You have already apologized many times." Aunt Susan looked at the black hair under his brown hair coughed twice, and said with concern, "Is the palace no longer investigating you? You have to continue to dye your hair. Otherwise, it will be terrible if people see it." "I'm not a fugitive. What are you afraid of?" Sulu rubbed his hair and explained, "Dye my hair is mainly for convenience." Aunt Susan sighed and said, "Little guy is always lying. This is the second royal hospital. If you're just an ordinary official, how can I live here?" "You know," Sulu replied in embarrassment. "Don't forget, I was also a lady of a noble family when I was young. Although I was not qualified to see a doctor in the royal hospital, I came with my parents to visit a great noble. Even now, I haven't forgotten the beautiful plum forest in the back mountain." Aunt Susan looked at him and smiled. Sweet memories of her teenage years flashed across her chubby round face. "I said that I have a good relationship with the princess," Sulu said with a smile. Aunt Susan's expression suddenly dimmed. She gently grabbed his hand and said, "There is still no news from Paul. Can you help me ask?" Sulu was slightly stunned. He remembered what he heard that day and nodded. Although not all the senior officials of the Empire knew who Sulu was, they soon had an answer close to the truth in the name of the intelligence department. But the answer was not a good one. The reason why Paul's allowance had not been transferred to Aunt Susan's account was indeed because there was no electronic signature of him. The reason why Paul did not sign was not because he had no time to care about this matter when he was patrolling the front line with His Highness, but because he was missing on the front line. Sulu frowned as he looked at the latest missing person list sent by the military. Looking at the eye-catching name at the bottom of the page, the smiling face of the Empire youth in the small courtyard that year appeared in his mind. He had served in the federal military for many years. He knew very well that the so-called missing person list often meant the list of the dead. However, because the bodies of the soldiers were not found, or under the heavy firepower of the enemy, they were directly turned into fragments nestled together with the mountains and rivers. For the sake of Annie Susan's health, he was not going to tell her the news. However, Annie Susan's observation skills, which she had developed over the years in the slums, played a role at this time. She looked at the worry in Sulu's eyes and spent the middle of the night forcing the truth out of him. When Aunt Susan was a young girl, her family was destroyed. When she was a little older, her brother joined the West Woods Expeditionary Army. He wanted to earn military merits to restore the glory of his family. But unexpectedly, her brother never came back. It was not until decades later that she got the bad news that he was buried in a foreign land and a broken diary. After getting married, she could have lived a simple life, but her husband who loved her was taken away by illness. Her life always fell into despair when she saw the most hope. Life was unfair to her, but she was strong. She stubbornly survived with her young son in the most dilapidated slums of the empire until she heard the news that her son was missing on the front line. The endless pain and darkness instantly crushed Aunt Susan's spirit. Her body, which was already extremely weak, rapidly lost weight. In just 2 days, her cheeks were deeply sunken. She could only lie on the bed helplessly and sadly, staring blankly at the sky outside the window that was filled with the scent of plum trees. Sulu silently accompanied her, watching Aunt Susan move step by step toward death. He gently held her face, feeling the touch that was much thinner than before, and said with a smile, "It's good to lose weight. When Paul comes back and sees a more beautiful mother, he will be very happy." Aunt Susan moved her lips with great difficulty, looked at him with a smile, and said in a hoarse voice, "These days it's been hard on you. You don't have to make me happy again." "I'm not making you happy." Sulu stood by the bed, looked at her face, and said calmly, "You have to live because I will go to the front line to find him. I promise you, as long as he is still alive, whether he is captured by the federal forces, abandoned in the valley, or lost in hell, I will bring him back alive and bring him to you." The words were very calm, but there was a kind of firmness that made people have no choice but to believe it. It was like a stone silently smashed into an annoying wet mud. There was no earth-shattering sound, but it smashed a deep hole that was difficult to erase. Some kind of brilliance slowly appeared in Aunt Susan's eyes, the brilliance of life. She gently held Su Li's finger with a trembling hand and said, I promise you, I will not die, but you have to promise me one thing. I will bring him back, don't worry, Su Lu replied. No, I want you, promise me you can't have anything happen to you. In the early morning, in the suburbs of Jingdo, where the morning light had just woken up, Su Lu, carrying a backpack, walked silently in the fields with Zhong Huiyan, who he had picked up from the great master Fan Manor. Brother, are we really going to Mo Hua planet? Yes. I remember that day in front of Annie's grave. You said that you wouldn't go to that place until you could solve a certain problem. Yes, I miss the Federation very much, but I can't go back. I can't even see those people from the Federation because I still can't find a way to solve that problem. Have you found it now? Maybe soon, but still not. Yes, but I found a reason to go to Mo Hua planet. What reason? I like Paul. He is kind and cheerful. Of course, he also has a belly full of untimely hot-bloodedness. He is a very good young man of the Empire, just like those very good young men of the Federation. I like Aunt Susan. She's a good person. Good people should live a long life, just like those kind-hearted Annies of the Federation. There is no reason for such a person to die because of war. Chapter 881. In front of a beautiful mangrove forest, Zhong Huiyan stopped, looked up at him, and asked hesitantly, But so many people have died because of the war in the past, but you have been hiding far away. Don't you think this is unfair? Su Lu stretched out his hand and rubbed her hair. He said softly, Everyone has their own considerations. I just said that I am looking for reasons. Reasons are often excuses to convince myself. Annie and Paul are closer and more important to me, so this excuse seems more powerful. Zhong Huiyan shrugged and continued to speak out the doubts in her heart. For example, on that planet full of killing, there were originally Xiong Linquan and other former companions. Why didn't you go? The morning light of the awakening spread from the horizon and sprinkled on the mangrove forest behind the two. The dewdrops on the thick red leaves sparkled like diamonds, reflecting the surrounding red scenery and adding a bit of charm. Su Lu looked at the camouflaged spaceship at the edge of the woods. Suddenly, his expression froze. After a moment of silence, he patted the girl on the shoulder and said, You go up first. Zhong Huiyan frowned slightly and glanced at the mangrove forest subconsciously. She roughly guessed what the situation was, but she trusted Su Lu unconditionally. She would never be a burden like those noble ladies who only knew how to scream and tremble, so she didn't say much and walked over calmly. Watching the spaceship remove its camouflage and slowly close the heavy hatch door, Su Lu loosened his finger that was holding the trigger and slowly took his hand out of his pocket. He turned and calmly looked at the depths of the mangrove forest, the place in the dark and beautiful scenery. It had been nearly 3 years since he left the Federation. He had been traveling in the Empire for a long time. That person had never appeared, but he knew that the other party would appear at certain times. He had killed Qi Dabing, and the story of that person's deep roots in the Empire had come to an end. Presumably, he would come out to express regret or anger. Because of this mental preparation, Su Li's mood was very calm at this time. He was not nervous. Of course, he kept the necessary vigilance. Although their relationship was good, who knew if the other party would go crazy? Feng Yu walked out from the depths of the forest with a slight smile. His weathered face appeared a little gentler under the light of the red leaves. Only his mouth, full of yellow and black rotten teeth, were exposed frivolously. Facing the gradually brightening morning light, it showed the ugly details. Can a cold-blooded animal like you really live for 1,000 years? Su Lu fished out a box of cigarettes from his jacket pocket, took out a windproof lighter, and lit it up. Then, he threw the cigarette and lighter over. At this time, there was still a distance of about 10 meters between them. Feng Yu lit the cigarette and took a deep breath. The white smoke with a hint of light blew out from his nostrils. Then, it strangely rolled around his face and refused to disperse, blurring his eyes. Feng Yu's eyebrows slightly raised. He looked at the rising red sun and said, I taught you. You were clearly a citizen of the Empire, but you always thought of the good of the Federation. You watch your former subordinates go through fire and water, but you hid thousands of light years away. When it comes to cold-bloodedness, you have long surpassed me. As for hypocrisy, you are somewhat similar to that old man who already died. Sula knew that the old man he was talking about was the military god Pifu. He shrugged indifferently and said, "Uncle, I've read a lot of books in the past few years. Even if I can't fully understand some of them, I still memorize them in a clumsy way. However, there's a passage that I didn't read recently. When I was young, you had me go to the library of Hashi State University to read, and I copied it down." Without waiting for Feng Yu to ask or mock, Su Lu continued, "The backwardness of a society is first and foremost the backwardness of the elites. And the most obvious sign of the backwardness of the elites is that they often criticize the backwardness of the people. Although you, who played the role of George Carlin, never said this, you have always done this, whether it was in front of the Federation or the Empire. I remember that this is a famous and correct line of nonsense said by a certain famous Federation politician." Feng Yu smiled and said, "I'm just curious as to why, when we rarely meet, you've become one of those boring middle-aged men, habitually making this kind of judgment. Because, although we rarely meet, I've always been thinking about what I should say if I did meet you. Or rather, I've always been thinking about what kind of person you are, wandering the universe in countless incarnations. The Emperor of the Empire has his goals, although that goal no longer exists. The great teacher has his own goals, although they are somewhat literary and somewhat sour. The military god also has his own goals, although they are somewhat unyielding. Even the aunties who sell children's clothes in the market have their own goals, although they are specific and subtle. But what about you? What exactly is your goal?" After a moment of silence, Su Lu slowly spread out his hands, feeling the slightly cold morning breeze. He did not hide the part of his heart that had cooled down. Looking at Feng Yu, who was not far away, he sighed and said, "I've thought about it and realized that your goal is only playing. You have the ability to resist the charter. You see yourself as a god above all. You just find these things interesting, that's all." The corner of Feng Yu's lips curled up slightly. Looking at him, he said mockingly, "Does this count as a concrete manifestation of a child's patricide complex in psychology? Your disappointment in me is only because you need to use a certain method to prove that you have already surpassed me, that you can easily defeat me. Only in this way can you complete this process. No, I don't want to defeat you or surpass you. I'm not chi-dabing. I've never believed in the theory of evolution. I just want to tell you one thing." Sula looked at him and said calmly, "Tang Zhizhong and the others want me to become the emperor. I know that this matter definitely has something to do with you. You want to see whether chi-dabing or I can make your idea come true. In order to know this, you can even coldly watch us kill each other in a room. I don't like this. Also, don't expect to play me like you played the people of the Federation or like you played chi-dabing." The morning light shone on Feng Yu's face. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "I know very well that he is no match for you. However, I only have 2 students in my life. You really shouldn't kill him. I'll repeat myself. I'm just an employee." Looking at the smile on his face, Su Lu raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "He wants to kill me. Why shouldn't I kill him? I can't be bothered to care about that guy's existence. What meaning does it have to you? Over the years, many people have told me that there is no reason in the universe. Since you old guys have forced me into a corner, my fist is reason." Feng Yu bent his finger slightly and flicked the cigarette far into the red sun. He said calmly, "Since we're about to leave, let's get to the point. Don't bother me in the future." Su Lu said, "If you're tired of playing and don't want to go through all this trouble anymore and want to go back to the Donglin Sanatorium to find a girl, I'm willing to go with you. I'm very good at paying for prostitutes. However, if you still want to play with me, please forgive me for not being a toy. When the time comes, I don't know what I'll do." At this point in the conversation, Feng Yu slowly furrowed his brows for the first time. Under the reflection of the morning light, one could clearly see that there were traces of silver in his brows. As he furrowed his brows, his seemingly unchanging middle-aged face finally gave off a sense of age. "Little guy, are you threatening me?" Perhaps you're doing this for my own good, but the problem is that I don't even know if you're doing this for my own good. You're hard to trust, probably because we're two different kinds of people. Sulu threw the cigarette, but to the ground and slowly extinguished it. He then raised his head and looked into Feng Yu's eyes. He continued, 3 years ago in the Federation, your biggest question was how I got in touch with a charter computer. In fact, the reason is very simple. It's because of the biggest difference between us. I'm used to trusting people. Even if I've been hurt before, this attitude has never changed. I can even trust the spot of light in the black dream, the active contact signal sent by the charter computer. But you're different. You're used to being suspicious and wary of humans, let alone the glory of the charter, which you hate and are wary of the most. Although the specific situation back then was different, it was essentially because of this reason that I established active contact with the charter computer, but you lost the most important opportunity. Sula looked at Feng Yu, who seemed to be deep in thought, and said, we can't anymore. That old thing underground in the Federation Bureau of Proclamation building has become much smarter than before. We can no longer enjoy this kind of benefit. He changed the topic and continued, for the past 3 years, I've been wandering among the stars, imagining the years you spent back then. I realized that the difference between us is really quite big. We're both wandering, but I have companions. I have little watermelon to accompany me. If I want, I can even find 4 or 5 girls to accompany me. He smiled slightly, thinking about Philip. Feng Yu frowned slightly. Although he was already an old man, he was still a man after all. He could allow Su Lu to spout nonsense in other aspects, but in this aspect, he refused to admit defeat even if he was beaten to death. He said contemptuously, if I want, I can find 4,000 or 5,000 women to accompany me. You don't dare, not you don't want. Sulu spread his arms and said, I'm different. I dare, but I don't want. Feng Yu gently stroked his stubbled cheek, looked at him, and said, are you done? If you're done, I'll leave first. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch the bus to Las Vegas. Sulu was silent for a moment. He looked at him and said seriously, Uncle, although you still look young and handsome, and your butt is still so perky, you're actually very old. There was a long pause. You're about to die. Can you stop fooling around? Feng Yu was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, did you forget what I told you in a mine? Of course I won't die. I'll never die. After saying this, the teacher and student, the boss and the employee, who had a strange relationship, went their separate ways in silence. Su Lu stood on the slightly wet mud, looking at the back of the figure that disappeared into the depths of the mangrove forest. He was silent for a long time, thinking about something. Then, he heard the sound of a farewell wind chime. He knew that it was the string of 6-star knives hanging behind the uncles, but that was beating rhythmically. After this farewell, he didn't know when they would meet again. Chapter 882. In the late autumn of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, a cold wind began to blow in the capital. Although the first snow had not yet arrived, the low temperature outside had begun to paint the glass windows of the building with frost. A very slight electric current starting sound was heard, and the automatic heating equipment below began to operate. It only took a few seconds for the glass window, like a woman with a face mask, to become clear. The flat, evergreen grass and the withered leaves rolling in the autumn wind created a feeling of a mixture of tenacity and decay. Through the dark and steady face on the glass, it slowly seeped into the official residence. President Pabre silently looked at the scenery outside the window and suddenly said, where is the parade? We just entered the territory of Nank. Mr. Breen, the director of the office of the president's residence, glanced at the electronic notebook in his hand and calmly replied, the officials sent to the headquarters of the 3 industrial unions of S2 have been working for nearly a week. According to their judgment, nearly 60% of the ordinary workers still firmly support you, but most of the leaders of the 3 industrial unions have already been bribed by Macho. This is the personal action of Mr. Tai Ziwan. Don't associate it with Macho. President Pabre slowly turned around His body was extremely relaxed as he leaned on the windowsill and calmly said, "Refusing to inherit the Crystal Mining Consortium is naturally the biggest bribe in the history of the Federation. But what will that lady think? The foundation of the Qianshi Tai family disappeared just like that. Even if Macho is the president for 10 consecutive terms, I'm afraid it will not be able to recover the loss." Director Breen slightly smiled, respectfully stood behind the president, and handed over the electronic notebook in his hand. "Well, Lady Tai think?" Those who were qualified to discuss in the Oval Office of the official residence had already received the news through the most reliable channel that Madame Yi smashed the entire kitchen in a rage several months ago. To be able to make this lady who was accustomed to the picturesque scene lose her composure, one could imagine what kind of heavy blow Taizuan's decision had caused to her. The ambush in the straits of Mo Hua Planet achieved the greatest victory. Even if Xiaoqing was not at the front line, the gift he left for the princess still played a role. He is indeed a rare talent. A steady voice rang out from the corner of the Oval Office. It turned out that General Li Jiedu had been sitting silently in the shadows and had not spoken. When will Xiaoqing come back? President Pabre picked up the coffee on the table and looked at his old friend. "The fleet has completed the space jump. It will take at most 3 weeks, Li Jiedu replied. President Pabre slowly took a sip of the black coffee thoughtfully. His thick black eyebrows furrowed slightly, and then gradually relaxed. He was not worried about the silent march. He had enough experience and countermeasures for the civil rights movement. In the parliamentary election 2 years ago, the candidates of Pabre's faction won many seats. Now, the various bills were being passed one by one according to the design of that year. And as long as Du Xiaoqing returned to the capital ring with his military might, those bills and regulations would be passed even faster. More importantly, it would bring him more glory and prestige. The noose around the necks of the 7 families was getting tighter and tighter. All the movements in the back of the mountain were in sight, and all the situations were under control. President Pabre turned to look at the cold autumn outside the window. A faint smile appeared on his dark face. He knew that he only needed to wait for the right time to pass the wartime presidential re-election bill and be the president for another 5 years. Then, he would be able to push forward the business of the tavern to the end. But why did he always feel that there was some shadow in his heart that could not be dispelled? President Pabre frowned slightly. He put down the coffee cup without knowing what to feel. Then, he heard a light beep from the table. He picked up the electronic notepad and looked at the latest news report. The expression on his face became more and more serious. His dark skin gradually became gloomy until it turned into a dripping lead cloud, making people not dare to look directly at him. With a bang, Pabre slammed the table heavily. He stared at Director Breen and said angrily, "Did you read today's Capital Daily News?" The Capital Daily News, which had a very high status in the hearts of the Federation people, temporarily stopped publication 3 years ago because of a fire. After it resumed publication, the newspaper seemed to have lost its keen observation and the most scarce objective point of view of journalists. It was almost the same as the media that were busy reporting on the front lines all day long, but were unwilling to mention the internal affairs of the Federation. Until one day in the late autumn of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, the Capital Daily News used a special issue to announce to the entire Federation that it had truly resumed publication. And Chief Editor Bob and Reporter Wood, who had won 2 Nebula Awards, once again stood in front of the public and pulled back a corner of the dark curtain without fear. The title of this special issue was extremely sensational: The Gravedigger of the Federation. Who was the Gravedigger of the Federation? The 7 notorious families that have been hidden in the dark history for thousands of years? The imperial people who were as ferocious as beasts in the Gary Corridor and vowed to destroy the Federation? Or the germ-carrying rats that the HTD Bureau of the Federation couldn't completely eliminate no matter how they cleaned up? No. The answer provided by the Capital Daily News to the entire Federation was beyond everyone's expectations and shook everyone's nerves. because they believed that the gravedigger of the Federation was President Pabre, who still enjoyed a very high reputation in the Federation government under his leadership. This special issue used a full 4 pages to help the Federation people look back to the time and space of a few years ago. They recalled the big explosion that had gradually been forgotten by people. The Westwood's military region commander-in-chief, Zhang Su, and his wife who died in the explosion, and thousands of Federation soldiers. As the writer, Reporter Wood gave up the sharp and ruthless style he was best at this time. Instead, he calmly used 23 pictures, a pen stroke that was so calm that it seemed to have no emotion, a dry but soul-stirring explanation of the incident, and a large relationship tree diagram on the front of the special issue to tell all the readers. Colonel Lake, former Westwood's military region, provided the precise route and time of the return of the ancient bell to Colonel Shimanjin of the Iron 7th Division of the 2nd Military Region. Colonel Shimanjin provided this information to the Empire Ghost Fleet that was preparing for the first raid through an Imperial spy named Hiyuyu. When the Empire Ghost Fleet forcibly passed through the space passage of the Gary Corridor and entered the Federation Star Sector, they passed through 47 astronomical units without being discovered by the Federal Fleet. That was because they obtained the data of the corridor between the remote star sector, the glory of the Charter, and this data was collected and provided by the current director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Shui Zedong. The middlemen were still Colonel Shimanjin and the spy named Hiyuyu. Then, the clear relationship tree diagram closely connected the names of Shimanjin, Hiyuyu, and Shui Zedong. Then, the branches gradually spread out, and the names of the 2 senators appeared. The name of the director of the Princess Office of the President's residence appeared. The name of the former Vice President of the Federation, Mr. Li Jae-du, Chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff and Commander of the 1st Military Region, and the name of the former Commander-in-Chief of the Federation's enemy, Du Xiaoqing, appeared. The special issue of the Capital Special District Daily titled, "Who is the Gravedigger of the Federation?" did not embellish or hide the above information. It did not use the titles of certain officials or military officers, nor did it use any vague guesses. Instead, it directly confirmed and pointed out the name directly. At the top of the relationship tree diagram, at the top of the whole page, there was a black frame next to the 3 big words Gravedigger. There was no photo or name in it. But all the people of the Federation who saw this newspaper knew who it was. On the back page of this special issue, the editor-in-chief of the Capital Special District Daily, Bob, wrote, "I believe that those of you who read this special issue can clearly read the thoughts of me and Reporter Wood from the pictures and evidence. Yes, we officially accuse President Pabre and the government under his leadership, as well as the Trinity Association, which is said to have gathered the most intelligent elites of the Federation, of conspiring to kill the bravest general of the Federation with the help of the Empire. Perhaps no one believes this accusation, because when feelings are frustrated and trust is damaged, people are often more willing to believe that this frustration and damage is a conspiracy. Then, I suggest that you read our investigation report carefully again, instead of angrily tearing it to pieces. This evidence is not fake, and the source is not suspicious. The person who found the evidence is dead and bears some very heavy charges, but Reporter Wood and I believe him, because he helped us expose the true face of Senator Macklin, and he used the evidence of his death to prove the reliability of this evidence. The person who handed us the evidence once reminded us that we need the right time to release this evidence. Otherwise, it will only disappear under the angry spit of the people and the strong suppression of the government. Is now the best time? No, now is not the best time. The war between the Federation and the Empire is still going on, and the attention of the entire society is still stuck on the war-torn planet of Mohua. Even the demonstrations of the 3 industrial unions in the 4 mountain estates do not seem to be able to stir up much waves. But we can no longer wait, because we have watched the government seize the power that is not granted by the law step by step through various acts under the pretext of cracking down on the 7 families. We have watched as the fanatical Pabre doctrine has blinded the eyes of too many people and reverberated in every building in the capital like hot air. The various departments of the government use the Evil Patriotism Act to arbitrarily expropriate resources and arrest people, ignoring the law. What is even more frightening is that the government has become accustomed to relying on secret departments and psychological intimidation to maintain its legitimacy. We really can't wait any longer. The longer we wait, the more depraved the Federation will become. Mr. Pabre still has more than 2 years left in office. Do we still have to wait for 2 more years? He has been trying to get Parliament Hill to pass a bill and complete an unprecedented 3rd term in office. So will there be a 4th? Then do we have to wait forever? That is why we published this investigation report. Not because now is the best time, but because now is already the Federation's last chance. Chapter 883. In the spring of year 67 of the constitutional calendar, during the Nebula Award ceremony for Senator Medellin, I heard President Pabre say this: "A person dying is not as good as a lamp going out. A lamp has light, but the place it cannot illuminate is darkness. If one does something wrong, one must pay the price." Perhaps I am not a mature politician, but I am a firm believer of the Federation's laws. If I die, you can dig up my grave and see what color it is. I also have the same attitude towards some people who have died. Back then, Senator Medellin had just died in an assassination. The people did not know that he would be the future seed of the infamous empire. Back then, Mr. Pabre had just taken office as president, full of vitality and beautiful ideas to change this world. Without hiding anything, I was also one of his most loyal supporters back then, just like you all who are reading this newspaper right now. However, just like what Mr. Pabre once said, if one does something wrong, one must pay the price. As the Federation's president, every one of us has the right to ask him to stand on the side of the moral divide. Moreover, what he did already crossed the line of morality. We have no intention of supporting any political movement, but we insist that the people should have the right to know the truth. Will our accusation affect the war in the left sky starfield? Will our demands make the soldiers on the front lines shed more blood? I do not know the exact answer. I only know that in this war between the Federation and the Empire, if there is some kind of justice that can be said loudly, then it can only be that we have a better system than them. The people who live in this starfield believe in kindness, justice, conscience, and law. If the Federation that the frontline soldiers protect loses these precious qualities, then what is worth their blood and sacrifice? Vice President Byron is dead. Colonel Lake is dead. Colonel Shimanjin is dead. Mr. Senator is dead. Many people have already died. There is no way to confront them, because even if we dig up their graves, the only answer we can obtain is silence. However, there are even more people who are still alive. They did not accept the judgment of the law or anger. They coldly sit at the highest level of the Federation, high above, ruling this world, changing this world. I don't know what color their graves will be when they dig them up, but we know that if we don't stop them, then the entire Federation will be buried in an ice-cold grave. Written by Bob and Wood in the autumn of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar. The Capital Daily News had long since moved away from the newspaper street that was filled with the smell of ink in his imagination. Now, it was just a very ordinary building in the western part of the capital. However, the eye-catching sign of the eclipse of the moon still hung at the entrance of the news agency. Although it had been burned away by the fire, it still existed. In the room behind the huge sign of the eclipse of the moon, reporter Wood rubbed his leg and concentrated on reading his report for the 4th time. After the traffic accident, although his leg had recovered very well, every time it was cold and gloomy like today, it would ache unbearably. I still think that the last paragraph shouldn't be added. The justice of this war cannot be questioned. No matter how vague you write it, it will give the other side a good excuse. Chief Editor Bob sat behind his desk and smiled. He gently wiped his glasses and said, "This is very likely to be our last article in the news industry. I have to be willful for once. At this moment, the black phone rang. Wood glanced at him worriedly, but his expression didn't change. He calmly picked up the phone and said, "What did the board of directors say?" The chairman on the other end of the phone coughed twice and said in an even voice, "Mr. Lee wants to talk to you." On the other end of the phone, the president of the Samlin Bank, Lee Xiaozhu, said in an undisguised voice of praise, "Mr. Chief Editor, you don't have to worry. We will protect your safety. The special issue will be fully printed." After hanging up the phone, Chief Editor Bob spread his hands and looked at Wood. He said, "The boss of the boss seems to have a lot of opinions about the government." For Bob and Wood, the boss of a newspaper company, the giant Samlin United Bank, had decided to fully support the newspaper company in its war against the Federation government. This was not a very difficult puzzle for them. They didn't want the newspaper company to participate in the war between the government and the seven families. In fact, before publishing the news that shocked the Federation, they, who had independent editorial rights, didn't have any contact with the board of directors. Therefore, at the emergency hearing on Parliament Hill later, when faced with the aggressive questioning of a certain member of Parliament, Chief Editor Bob smiled and didn't admit to any of the accusations. According to the News Information Confidentiality Act and the Citizens Privacy Act, I refuse to explain the source of the evidence to the hearing. In addition, according to Article 4, Section 27 of the Charter, news reports are never required to bear the burden of proof. If the parties involved in the report believe that the report harms their rights and interests with false facts, they can file a lawsuit. Please note that this is a private prosecution case. Chief Editor Bob's expression was serious. He looked around at the political bigwigs in the Parliament Hill and said, "If Mr. Pabre accuses the newspaper company of slander, even though he is a lawyer and I am a web novelist, I still welcome a lawsuit with him." A radical member of the Pabre faction, who had just been elected to Parliament, angrily took off his boots and slammed them on the table. He shouted at him from more than 10 meters away. "According to the Patriotism Act, you must answer honestly and without restrictions. Otherwise, you will be severely accused. I want to know what you can accuse me of." Chief Editor Bob pressed down on the shoulder of the enraged Wood, stared at the member of Parliament, and asked in a harsh tone, "The Patriotism Act? From the first day this act was passed in Parliament Hill, I was not ready to accept it. In fact, as a citizen, I have filed a lawsuit with the Supreme Court. I think this act seriously violates the Charter and should be revoked immediately." The hearing was temporarily adjourned. Wood brought him a glass of water and looked at the members whispering around him. He said with a smile, "Tai Ziyuan has also been trying to reverse the case for the ancient clock ship. They have provided information to major newspapers, although not as detailed and reliable as ours. But no newspaper company dare to publish it. Why? Because they are afraid of death. But to be honest, I'm also afraid. When you're not afraid of death, you usually won't die. Because if you die at this time, then they have no way to explain this matter clearly." Chief Editor Bob said, "But although you won't die, I think you will definitely be scolded." In the cold late autumn, it was still rain instead of snow. When the rain fell on the long stone steps in front of Parliament Hill, it didn't take long for it to turn into pieces of round ice, making the stone steps extremely wet and slippery. Chief Editor Bob and Wood walked out of Parliament Hill with umbrellas. They supported each other as they walked down the stone steps. Their movements were extremely clumsy. The two walked to the bottom of the stone steps with difficulty. What greeted them were countless flashing lights and microphones, as well as the insults of the agitated people, such as traitors, running dogs, and dog excrement. "Chief Editor, I heard that the board of directors of the Capital Special District Daily has been secretly receiving financial support from the Samlin United Bank. So, does your report today have anything to do with the government's investigation of those big families?" After all, they were in the same profession, so the way they asked the question was relatively gentle. But the reaction of the surrounding crowd was even more intense. They crumpled the newspaper in their hands into paper balls, threw them in anger, and shouted loudly to beat the running dogs of the Evil Leaf family to death. Under the protection of the police, Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood withstood the attack of paper balls that were denser than the raindrops. They shrank their bodies behind the umbrella, looked at each other, and showed a bitter smile. Amid the banging sounds, Wood angrily cursed, "Scold all you want. Just for my half-crippled leg in the rain, I will take Pabre down." Chief Editor Bob let go of his hand that was supporting his elbow. With one hand holding the umbrella with difficulty, he put the other hand into his windbreaker and fumbled for a long time. He took out a thick cigarette and handed it over. He smiled and comforted. "I think the protesters in Nank State will definitely not scold us. They love us very much." Under the long stone steps of Parliament Hill, the cold rain in late autumn fell on the black umbrellas, making patter sounds. The angry crowd threw paper balls that fell on the umbrellas and bodies, making patter sounds. In such a miserable environment, the two reporters hunched their bodies and began to taste the high-quality coarse tobacco that was flown in from Naha State. The blue smoke and the aroma gradually filled the air. The black umbrellas were suddenly opened by someone. Bob and Wood, whose mood was interrupted, frowned and looked at the several officials in black overalls in front of them. They asked, "What's the matter?" "Let me introduce myself." The leader of the officials wiped the water droplets on his forehead and said slowly, "I'm Inspector Chin Ejian from the Federation Government Joint Investigation Department. Please follow us back for investigation." Chief Editor Bob looked at the man with a wooden expression and saw the raindrops on his glasses. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What's the reason?" Chun Yi-jiang was slightly startled. He took out a document from his pocket and slowly read, "Your report promotes the Empire and destroys the Federation's preparations for war. You are suspected of treason." The silent march had been going on for almost half a year. The protesters who opposed the Federation government and demanded that President Pabre resign and be investigated gradually grew like weeds in every district of the Federation. Because of the military control of the capital airport, the 3,000 marchers from the 4 states around the mountain chose to walk from the port city to the capital. The crowd walked slowly and silently along the famous high-speed rail line. They gathered when they came across towns, held concerts when they came across mountains, cheered when they came across police, and whistled when they came across beautiful women. On the road, there were always people who got lost. The silent march seemed absurd and relaxed, but in fact, it was extremely well organized. It even asked the people who participated to not leave any garbage behind them. The combination of the Grand Carnival and the strict political demands made many people choose to leave. However, on the way from the port city to the capital, there were many young people who were dissatisfied with the current situation of the Federation or simply wanted to add a touch of absurdity to their life resume. The number of people didn't decrease. Instead, it snowballed more and more. Late at night the day before yesterday, the parade entered the territory of South Kazhou. This morning, the total number of people was more than 20,000. They wore black masks and began to walk along the main road of South Kazhou's capital. Occasionally, they would dance silently. Except for the sound of their footsteps and rhythm, the silence was terrifying. Chapter 884. A red flower was reflected on the gray glass, and then it was clean and otherworldly, exceptionally beautiful. Lai Ziyuan moved his gaze away from the bright red and looked at the crowd of demonstrators walking silently on the street. He didn't speak for a long time, although the two of them used to play together at the same table when they were young, and they even had some kind of hidden engagement. After so many years of strange and gaudy things, they had long become peaceful. Exactly 3 years ago, in the autumn of the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar, this kind of familiar scene appeared in the Federation. He looked at the crowd walking silently through the streets of the capital of South Kazhou and said with emotion, "It's just that the big demonstration that shook the entire universe was for the president to establish his authority and deter the opposition forces of the 7 families. Today's demonstration is to pull him down from the stage." Zoyu gently pursed her lips and looked at the newspaper in her right hand. She frowned slightly and asked, "You've read the special issue of the Capital's Special District Daily. What do you think?" Lai Ziyuan shook his head and took a sip of the water in his cup. He coughed twice. "I'm very puzzled. Where did Bob and would find the evidence? It's exactly like the Macklin case. When everyone only had a vague judgment and looked for evidence in vain, they quietly detonated a bomb in the Federation. Zoe looked sideways at his pale and thin cheeks. After a short pause, she continued, "We've been silently marching for half a year. Neither you nor I can find such a powerful thing. Don't you think it's strange?" "It's not strange," Tai Ziwan said. "You said that the situation is exactly the same as when Macklin was investigated. So it's obvious that these things are left behind by Su Lo before he left. As for the guy who found these things, I've also seen him." He quietly looked back at Zhou Yu's charming eyes, as if he wanted to confirm some facts that no longer existed from her reaction. But in the end, he didn't get a response. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Chief Editor Bob also mentioned that he's dead, but I believe that even if Shi Qinghai is dead, he will leave behind enough foreshadowing before his death to make his enemies suffer." Hearing the name that she hadn't heard for nearly 3 years, Zhou Yu's expression didn't change at all. Her charming and beautiful face was still like a proud red flower in the cold wind, but her right hand holding the wine glass was slightly pale. Then she turned around and calmly looked at the silent crowd under the window, not letting Tai Ziwan see her eyes. Tai Ziwan glanced at her side face, then looked at the crowd under the window. He picked up the glass and drank a mouthful of water, then turned around and walked back to his desk. His eyes swept over the debris in the wastebasket, and he said, "In the past 6 months, the general strategy of the election headquarters has been made by you. I have to say that I admire the excellent planning ability you have shown, so I have never objected to any of your proposals. But not this time." He raised his head, looked at Zhou Yu, and continued, "This proposal is too violent, and we are the ones who initiated the violence." Being directly denied by Tai Ziwan, Zhou Yu's expression still didn't change. Looking at the crowd of demonstrators who were slowly walking to the downtown business district like ants under the window, she said, "Without blood appearing on the TV screen, there is no way to touch the numb hearts of the people. Without violence, there is no revolution. You should be very clear that any mass movement will eventually enter the cycle of violence. If we don't prepare well and take the initiative, then we will only be blown by the wind and beaten by the rain and become a joke in history." She slowly turned around and looked at Tai Ziwan indifferently. The glass of wine in her hand was as red as blood. In history, the young people's revolutions were rarely successful because their thinking was too simple, too naive, and too idealistic. As the leader of this movement, although you're also young, you can't make the same mistake. Tai Ziwan raised his hand to stop her explanation. He said with a smile, "You don't have to explain too much. I know the real purpose of you choosing this radical proposal better than these 400 staff of the campaign headquarters. You still want to intensify the current situation and force that person to appear before Du Xiaoqing comes back. But you made a mistake." The smile on Tai Ziwan's pale and thin face gradually disappeared. He rubbed his tired eyebrows and said slowly, "You overestimated Su Li's influence or ability. No matter how powerful his combat ability is or how sensitive his identity is, he is only one person after all. He can't change the general situation, even if he is still the same person as before. What can he do when he sees the Federation fall into chaos and sorrow and appears in front of us? And don't forget, he is still a person of the Empire. He is the son of the Empire's emperor. We haven't seen him for 3 years. No one knows if he has enjoyed kinship or not in the Empire. No one knows how the throne of the left Sky Star region will change him, but we know that he is a person of the Empire, so he is an enemy. You have to be clear about this. As his best friend, you should know what kind of person he is," Zhou Yu said indifferently. "Unless one is a real stone, anyone will change, especially when he has suffered a mental attack that normal people can't imagine." Tai Ziwan calmly and firmly ended the discussion that had yet to truly begin. When it comes to things like violence, although it cannot be avoided, it must be controlled. If we blindly incite the emotions of the people and incite class conflict, then what is the difference between us and the Macklin of the past and the Pabre of the present? Hearing this, Zoe was silent for a very long time. Although she didn't say anything, it was equivalent to expressing her agreement. As the head of the decision-making department behind the silent march, her stance was of great significance to this mass movement that was destined to rewrite history. I've already been observing for half a year, but because I've never been to the front lines of the protests, I've never been able to understand how you turn the surging flood in the streets and fields into this cute and bouncing stream in front of the window. She looked at the extremely orderly procession below the window, at the calm smiles emanating from the black masks in the distance. Frowning, she asked in confusion, "We all know that when there are too many people, there will definitely be some uncontrollable accidents. With tens of thousands of people walking in the fields and cities for so long, there will definitely be some uncontrollable accidents. Moreover, the hot-blooded youths naturally have their own demands and desire for leadership. In an environment like this where desires can easily be magnified, how can you make them maintain such obedience? Moving people with emotions, convincing them with reason, and enticing them with benefits." Tai Yuan calmly said, "Anyone in the procession who wants to stand out and break the rules is nothing more than wanting to obtain more benefits, political or economic. Therefore, every time I find such people, I'll use money to knock them out in advance and then drive them away." He walked to the window and pointed at the applauding citizens of South Kazhou on both sides of the street. He continued, "In fact, you should be very clear on why the procession is always welcomed by the citizens. Apart from the fact that the procession maintains order and doesn't disrupt their lives, the more important reason is that these citizens know that once the silent march succeeds and Pabre is forced to resign, they will be able to obtain a large amount of income." Zoe placed the wine glass on the windowsill and looked at the crowd that was waving small flags and applauding. She thought of the press conference that had shocked the Federation half a year ago. She thought of how the weak man beside her had given away the crystal mining consortium just like that. She couldn't help but reveal a slightly mocking smile as she softly murmured, "This is truly unprecedented. Do you think that if the Empire's emperor is willing to give enough benefits, the people who are fanatical supporters of the war will suddenly collectively become pacifists? Internal affairs and war can't be compared and considered on the same platform. However, the fundamental purpose of war has always been for benefits. If the Empire can give enough resources, not to mention the people, even I won't support the continuation of the war." Tai Yuan looked down the window and slightly narrowed his eyes. He calmly said, "The Federation government controls too many resources, but there is one thing that they will never be able to compare to me. They don't have the money that I have. This is a simple and violent war. I want to use money to smash Pabre into the dust." What an arrogant declaration. Zoe smiled and sipped the wine. "But don't forget that Madame is very angry about your decision. Many people in the big families think that your decision is crazy. The liquidity of the headquarters is running out. Are you really going to ask Ms. Jian Shuier to hold a few more charity performances to raise funds? Not everybody thinks that I, the Crown Prince, am crazy. So, it seems that the businessmen who are said to be easily blinded by benefits have a pair of profound eyes." Tai Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, the old man who is seriously ill may be a special case. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I just received a call from Li Xiaodong. Last night, a meeting was held in the manor of the Li family. The final decision was that the Samlin United Bank will provide us with abundant and limitless assistance." Zoe slowly raised her eyebrows, and an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. She said, "This is really good news. At least tens of thousands of people's box meals are finally guaranteed. Also, even the old man of Li Yuan Palace thinks highly of you. Maybe it will affect Madame's attitude." Hearing the words "Madame's attitude," Tai Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became a little complicated. Then he coughed violently and held the windowsill in pain. The unhealthy blush on his pale cheeks spread like a sunset cloud. Bai Qi, a young woman in a white dress, pushed the door open and walked in. She walked behind him anxiously and gently relieved his pain. Then, she took out a pill and fed it to him. Tai Yuan smiled to express his gratitude and then waved his hand gently. Bai Qi saw his appearance and felt a little relieved. She quietly pushed the door open and left as if she had never appeared before. Only Zhou Yu noticed that she glanced at her warily when she closed the door. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. I heard from Su Lu that Bai Qi is your first woman. I really didn't expect that with your status. You would be so affectionate. This has nothing to do with being affectionate. I like her very much. She's quiet, honest, and knows her place. Since she doesn't want to leave, I'll treat her well. Tai Yuan was suddenly stunned. He frowned and thought for a long time. He said with some uncertainty, "It seems that Su Lu threatened me with this issue. Could it be that I was threatened by him? Your marriage has been delayed for 2 years. Does it have anything to do with Bai Qi's existence?" You know very well that in the world of people like us, marriage has never had anything to do with feelings. It's just that many people in those big families think that I've gone crazy. How could they bear to marry their daughters to me? This is probably why I treat Bai Qi well. Women are troublesome, but she's an exception. Zhou Yu thought of Bai Qi's hidden and vigilant glance when she closed the door. She said with slight mockery, "Only people without abilities think that women are troublesome. This has nothing to do with ability." Tai Yuan smiled and sighed. When Su Lu fought against the entire Federation, he dared to pick up a gun and kill people without any scruples. However, even someone as powerful as him couldn't do anything when he met those women of his. I think that the reason why he didn't dare to return to the Federation after escaping for 3 years might have more to do with him not knowing how to deal with those women. Zhou Yu shrugged slightly. It's not a good habit to laugh at your friends behind their backs. All right, then let's continue talking about the previous bribe. The effect of the drug seemed to be very fast. Tai Yuan's expression quickly returned to normal. He looked at her and said, "A critic once said that the backwardness of a society is first of all the backwardness of the elites, and the most obvious sign of the backwardness of the elites is that they often criticize the backwardness of the people. Yuzi, your current mentality already has this kind of feeling. Isn't the word elite used to scold people?" Zhou Yu looked at the people on the street below the window. She looked at the sky indifferently and directly commented, "But I do think that they are very backward." Tai Yuan replied, "If there is a so-called backwardness, it is because the channels to obtain information are not smooth. If you know more, you will naturally not be backward. For example, the readers of the Capital Special District Daily." After a pause, he added an explanation. This was what George Carlin said. At this time, he and Zhou Yu naturally did not know that in the distant Witian galaxy, in the suburbs of the Empire's capital, Su Lu was unceremoniously criticizing Uncle Feng Yu, who was also George Carlin himself, as a hypocritical elite who only knew how to criticize the people for being backward. George Carlin is already dead. Let's focus on the people who are still alive. Zhou Yu asked, "What do you think about this war? Have you calculated the impact of the situation on the front line? This war can't go on any longer." Tai Yuan directly replied with a rare seriousness. "The media reports have been filtered, but you and I should know how dangerous the situation on the front line is, especially that Mo Hua planet. The war has been going on for 3 years, and the devastation of the war is unimaginable." He looked at Zhou Yu and continued, "Too many people have died, and compared to the benefits obtained, it is too unbalanced. The most important problem is that after paying such a high price, the Federation still does not dare to say that they will definitely win. Even if Du Shaoqing has been on the front line all this time, they still cannot win, so there is no reason to continue. The Empire's people's attitude toward war is different from ours. When faced with a dangerous situation, they can directly throw in lives, fighting with flesh and steel. However, they have more than 100 billion people. Can the Federation kill them all?" Zhou Yu thought for a moment and said with a frown, "As long as there are enough crystal mines, enough to support the regular cruising of 3 integrated fleets, the Federal fleet will be able to lock down Mo Hua planet. When the Empire's troops on the surface are isolated, The Empire's rear troops will not be able to continuously resupply, and your pessimism will be meaningless. The prerequisite is that there are enough crystal mines. No one in the Federation knows the situation of the crystal mines better than I do. Tai Ziyuan said, the extraction of the crystal mines in Galaxy X is half a year later than expected because of the government's strong infiltration 3 years ago. Even if this situation did not happen, it will take at least 2 more years before it can be mass-produced. How can we drag this out? How many more people will have to die to drag this out? How could the Empire just watch this happen? When that time comes, X3 will definitely be the second Mo planet. People are bound to die in war. Zoe frowned slightly and said unhappily, you know that I grew up in a military compound. As a child of the military, I will definitely be mentally prepared to sacrifice myself for the Federation. If we retreat because we are afraid of people dying, then we will not fight. That will be a huge joke. Don't forget that I was once a soldier, and a very brave one at that. That is why I have always agreed that soldiers should have some kind of special rights. That is because soldiers need to kill and need people to die. They live in a different river from the normal people. Tai Ziyuan looked into her eyes. Although his speed was slow, his tone was extremely serious. But I have never believed that soldiers have a reason or obligation to sacrifice themselves for a meaningless war. This war has developed to this point, and it is no longer of any benefit to the Federation. Instead, it has become a tool to fight for glory and support for the government. This is very laughable and very sad. He pointed out the window and said, under the influence of those people in the government, and even under the influence of you and me, the current Federation's democracy has begun to become vulgar. Meanwhile, the government has already begun to become shady. Fighting for this kind of government, fighting for the survival of the government, is the greatest insult to the troops on the front lines. Something like power does indeed have some kind of terrifying magic. President Pabre has fallen too quickly, so quickly that it has exceeded my worst imagination 3 years ago. He has begun to enjoy the pleasure that power brings. Tai Ziyuan gently rubbed his forehead and said with emotion, just like what Chief Editor Bob said, the president has begun to get used to and enjoy these methods. For the Federation, this is a disaster. When secret operations reach a certain level, people will often forget what their original goal was. You all just need power, more power, and the more power you have, the less respect they will have. Tai Ziyuan frowned slightly. Looking at the commercial center square in the distance, he felt a faint sense of uneasiness coming from there. His voice was slightly cold as he made his final comment on the government. People who have no respect will often do anything. Because of the Silent March movement, because of the support of dozens of Federation celebrities, including Jian Shui'er, and because of the various dark secrets exposed by some media and online forums, the political faction led by President Pabre suffered a sudden blow in the early elections of the various state representatives. Although the government's public support rate was still fluctuating around 57%, and Pabre's faction still maintained a slight advantage on Parliament Hill, it was conceivable that with the article in the capital's special district daily, the government's days would become more and more difficult. In Zhou Yu's view, Du Shaoqing leading the Iron 7th Division to carry the glory back to the country. Other than symbolically adding points for the president and the government, it would be difficult for him to provide any substantial help to the current political situation. With the glory of the charter above, the military could not directly participate in political affairs. Therefore, after hearing Tai Ziyuan's comment that he would do anything, she frowned and began to think about what kind of methods the government and President Pabre would use to suppress the current wave. Don't forget the beautiful clothes that President Pabre has worn for decades. Tai Ziyuan walked to the desk, dialed a number, and reminded her he considers himself as the spokesperson of the people at the bottom. So on the surface, there will be a lot of taboos. I believe that he will use the people to fight against the people. After that, he can calmly say that this is the choice and freedom of the people. On the floor below the two of them, the staff members were busy answering the phone. Through the close-range, full-frequency communication system, They maintained close contact with the demonstrators on the streets. At the same time, they remotely controlled the dozens of groups on the ground to ensure the order of the silent march. Tai Yuan, who had almost unlimited financial support, had organized a team of as many as 700 people. Back when Pabre was running for president, he had done the same. As he lamented upstairs, this was just a reaction. Because of their professionalism, their efficiency was extremely high. The entire team's organization of the Silent March could be said to be perfect, especially after they entered Planet S1. The march from the port to the capital was in good order and the atmosphere was calm. Even the government-controlled official media couldn't find any problems. It had become a carnival of peaceful political expression for the people. Therefore, although the staff members were working hard, their expressions were very relaxed. At this moment, the department head received a call from the Crown Prince upstairs, followed by the first-hand news from the street. His expression suddenly became extremely serious, and the staff members who instantly grasped the situation rushed to the window in shock. With an expression of disbelief, they looked at the intersection of the 5 main streets of Nankashao, the most prosperous commercial square. The procession, wearing black masks, was greeted by the citizens of the capital of South Guizhou. They waved and smiled, or waved small flags as they jumped and gathered in the commercial square. Later, they would hold a rally here to announce their demands to the people through the media. They would expose the various dark secrets of the president and his government. Even if the media was willing to broadcast, they still had a loudspeaker. Just as the sun was shining brightly, a black mass of people suddenly appeared from the street in the southwest direction. Because there were too many people, it was impossible to tell whether there were thousands or tens of thousands of people. Judging from their slightly tanned cheeks and clothes, they should be locals. In the end, it was the large banner in the demonstration team that revealed their identity. Third Heavy Machinery Factory of Nankashao, Nado Engine Manufacturing Center. In contrast to the silent marching team wearing black masks, this crowd obviously came to demonstrate. As they walked, they cursed and even used the megaphone in their hands to beat the fire hydrants on the roadside, making a sound similar to war drums. Their momentum was particularly arrogant. Even though Nightmare Source had bribed all the leaders of the 3 major industrial unions, it was still unable to erase the position that President Pabel had spent his entire life to build in the hearts of the people at the bottom and the industrial workers. Now, the demonstrators that were swarming to the square from the southwest were obviously supporting the government. From time to time, shrill shouts could be heard from the demonstrators. We announced that we are officially withdrawing from the industrial unions. Shame on traitors. Long live President Pabre. Down with all the aristocrats. The Federation is not an empire. We don't welcome aristocrats. Bastards of the 7 families, get out of Nankashao. The silent march had been going on for several months. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered a pro-government protest team in the various states of the Federation, but because of the self-control of the silent march team, and also because of the effective deployment of the state police, there had never been a fierce conflict between the two sides. More often than not, they would shout and shout at each other across the railings. At that time, even Tai Ziwan's excellent team couldn't stop the demonstration team from taking off their black masks and greeting the other side's immediate family and in-laws. But today's situation was obviously different. The pro-government demonstration team from the major factories of Nankashao clearly came prepared. Moreover, this team was clearly mixed with some men who looked out of place with the surrounding crowd. These men stared at the silent march team like eagles. From time to time, they would lower their heads and whisper a few words. Some of them were using increasingly dirty words to provoke the emotions of the workers. The spacious commercial plaza was divided into 2 areas by a fence set up by the police station. The pro-government and anti-government demonstration teams were packed to the brim, looking like a shallow sea full of sardines. The dense mass of people gave off a palpitating feeling. The pro-government crowd was cursing and swearing at the other side, while the anti-government crowd remained silent for the time being. They just collectively raised their middle fingers to express their disdain. There were some overly agitated young people who couldn't suppress their anger and vaguely shouted a few words through their black masks. The general idea was that if you have the guts, then come at me. A worker who had just learned that his younger brother had died on the front lines of Mohua Planet glared at the people wearing black masks in front of him with bloodshot eyes. He shouted with a hoarse voice, "You traitors! You bunch of bastards! The front lines are still at war, and you guys are messing around like this. Shameless." When Mr. President sends the 7 families to prison and the Federation realizes true democracy, I will kill your whole family. A student who had just learned that his elder brother had died on the front lines of Mohua Planet furiously pulled off the black mask on his face. He rushed to the railings and roared at the worker, "Your mother is a traitor. Your whole family is a traitor. If you go to the front lines, you will be the first to kneel in front of the people of the Empire. It's better for me to stab you first." Perhaps their brothers had once fought side by side on Mohua Planet, and perhaps even sacrificed in the same trenches. Until the moment they left this world, they were still as close as brothers. However, in the city behind them, they were threatening each other's lives for the sake of the justice they recognized and for what they believed to be their love for the Federation. Similar curses rang out incessantly. Some people began to spit at each other, and some began to take off their pants and bare their buttocks to express their contempt and humiliation. Obscenities and petty actions at the intersection of the two seas of people turned into excitement and anger. The temperature of the air in the plaza gradually rose, and the situation became more and more tense. At this time, if a small spark fell, it was very likely to become a dangerous fire that burned everything. At this time, in the 2 angry demonstration teams, other than those men with gloomy expressions, no one noticed that a more dangerous situation was happening. The Nang State Police and the emergency anti-riot force responsible for maintaining order quietly withdrew from the plaza without anyone noticing. Tyvon slowly put down the phone and expressionlessly looked at the scene uploaded by the hologram. After a long silence, he explained to Zoyu beside him, "The state government has refused our request." Zoyu coldly said, "Why? Even if this is a conspiracy of the Federation government, and there are big shots pressuring them, don't they know that if bloodshed occurs in the capital of Nang State, they won't be able to explain it to the public? As long as the price is right, anything can be sold. At least in terms of official positions, the government has more resources than we do." Although Taizuan was still calm at this moment, it could be seen that his complexion had become paler and paler. It was not fear, but anger and disdain that were hidden deep in his heart. The office phone rang. The head of the emergency decision-making department downstairs reported in a trembling voice, "Mr. Councilman, the police refused to explain the reason for the withdrawal of the police force." Taizuan said with a self-deprecating smile, "They have already explained it to me. They heard that there was a fire in the southern suburbs, so all the police force was forced to go and provide support. Therefore, they can't take care of the plaza. They hope that we can urge the crowd to remain calm and not clash with the other side." After saying this, he walked to the window and looked at the plaza in the distance. It was as if he could feel the boiling hot air passing through the glass in front of him. It was so hot and pressing that it made it difficult to breathe. "They are really unscrupulous." Zoe walked to his side and looked in that direction. Suppressing the anger in her heart, she took off the red flower in her hair and crushed it, saying, "The dignified president of the Federation doesn't even care about his face. Who can defeat him?" Without the police, without the anti-riot force, the crowd was filled with insidious troublemakers. There were many black-clothed figures flashing in the buildings next to the plaza. The situation deteriorated in an instant, and a chaotic battle broke out. After many years, no one could figure out which side was the first to rush over the fence and which side was the first to throw the first punch. In fact, it was meaningless to figure it out. In the tense atmosphere of the plaza at that time, even a fart could ignite a dangerous fuse. The workers of South Kizhou, who supported the government, quickly gained the advantage at the beginning of the chaotic battle. After half a year of silent marching, They were clearly not mentally prepared for such a situation. When they saw the other side raise a banner and jump over the fence, the hundreds of people who were pushed to the front of the crowd were actually sluggish for a long time. A worker from S2 was surrounded and beaten by 3 people. His body shrunk in pain like a shrimp, and blood began to seep out of his mouth and nose. The black mask that represented his identity was long gone. There were shouts and curses everywhere, and the terrifying sound of fists and feet hitting people's bodies rang out. Blood filled with the smell of violence splashed everywhere as if it was free. The crowd wearing black masks tried to organize a counterattack, but they were immediately defeated by a stronger attack. In the pro-government demonstration, the gloomy-faced men took out sacks from nowhere and dumped the hard stones in the sacks on the ground. People picked them up and threw them at the opposite side. The people who couldn't distinguish between the demonstrators and the hooligans howled and fought everywhere, coldly stomping on the chests and abdomens of the other side with the tips of their feet. The stones broke through the air, and countless people in the silent march were bleeding. The formation was even more scattered, and the plaza was full of tragic scenes. The female teacher from the port city had blood all over her face. She covered her face and collapsed next to the fountain pool. Her eyes were wide open in horror as she stared at those ferocious people, but she didn't notice that there was a man with blood all over his face looking at her with evil intentions. In the southwest corner, the middle-aged uncle who had just quit his job in the suburban irrigation field was surrounded by several people and constantly kicked. He gradually lost the strength to struggle. Even though his eyes were blurred by blood, he could see the fake leather boot that was stepping on his face, but he couldn't move. In the buildings around the plaza, there were many unknown forces that were responsible for recording the scene. At this time, the cameras that were responsible for recording the scene indifferently turned around and deliberately chose the scene of the angry and helpless people wearing black masks. Further away on the street, a group of military police in plain clothes indifferently looked at the plaza. The official next to them kept talking on the phone with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a large and powerful hand reached out and slapped the phone out of his hand. Then, the hand grabbed the official's throat and turned the latter half of the flattering words he was about to say into pieces of gravel. I hate people who are long-winded the most. When the military police in plain clothes around the street saw that their officer was attacked, their expressions changed dramatically. They reached out and prepared to take out their pistols. However, when they saw the man who grabbed their officer's throat and saw the shiny bald head, their action of taking out their pistols suddenly became extremely stiff. The bald man was 9 meters tall and extremely burly. His face wasn't ferocious and frightening. The subordinates behind him didn't take out a row of submachine guns and point them at the military police in plain clothes. However, the military police in plain clothes absolutely didn't dare to point their guns at him, because he was called Zhang Xiaohua. This was South Dakota. The president wasn't the most powerful, the governor wasn't the most powerful, and the charter wasn't even the most powerful. Zhang Xiaohua was the most powerful. This was the only magical place in the Federation where a triad could be elected as the deputy speaker of the state legislature. So when Zhang Xiaohua released his palm and slowly stroked the eye-catching tattoo on his shoulder with an expressionless face, whether it was the official or the military police in plain clothes, they all felt their legs begin to tremble. Since your people aren't going to intervene in this matter, then you could just watch quietly from the side, because my people are going to do something. Zhang Xiaohua patted the official's face and then walked toward the chaotic square. In the corridors around the square, more than 30 men in black suddenly appeared. These men accurately found the reporters who were carrying cameras and very simply and violently used their fists to shut them up. Then, with a sullen face, they dragged their hair and walked through the corridors. I'm a reporter from the news channel. You can't do this to me. I'm for the Venus Documentary Film Studio. You hooligans let go of me. Neither threats nor pleas could make the men in black gentler their actions. The reporters were violently tied up and thrown into a dark room. Before leaving, the leader of the men in black introduced himself to the terrified reporters. We're not hooligans. were triads. It was as if a magician had cast some kind of spell on the street at the southeast entrance. More than 1,000 men in black, holding hard wooden sticks in their hands, silently rushed toward the center of the square where the chaotic battle was taking place. A hooligan whose face was covered in blood looked at the female teacher, whose face was also covered in blood at his feet. He obtained an unprecedented pleasure from her fear and helplessness. He reached out and rubbed her chest, but before he could experience the next level of pleasure, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. A wooden stick directly smashed his arm, and then he was ruthlessly knocked to the ground. Looking at the ruthless leather boots that stepped on his face, the middle-aged man closed his eyes in despair. So he didn't see the shadow of a stick floating over, and in an even more ruthless manner, it directly smashed his leg into 3 pieces. The men in black who rushed in from the southeast entrance had cold and silent expressions. When they saw people without black masks, they ruthlessly knocked down with their sticks, causing the red ribbons on their right arms to draw a swift and fierce line. They were relatively few in number, but they were extremely ruthless and valiant. As professional thugs, specially recruited from various halls in South Kazhou, how could ordinary people resist their existence? The wooden sticks were all aimed at the opponent's joints. The hard wooden sticks intersected with the fragile human bones, making frightening breaking sounds from time to time. In just half a minute, they broke through to the most tragic center of the square and then scattered like a bomb. Countless miserable howls sounded, just like before. However, many people, especially the plainclothes police officers mixed in with the parade, felt like they were in heaven when they were fiercely attacked. Zoe frowned and looked at the picture on hologram. For a long time, she didn't speak. Her fingers slowly rubbed the petals that oozed red juice, and she whispered, "Did you prepare this?" Zoan looked at her and shook his head, saying, "This is just a preparatory measure. I didn't expect it to become a reality. If you want to be a different person from Pabre, these people should have appeared earlier. Someone once said that if a person doesn't have dreams, then what is the difference between a person and a salted fish? If a person only has dreams, then what is the difference between a person and a bubble?" After a moment of silence, Tai Ziyuan continued, "He is unscrupulous, so I have to have some means. A pure idealist only has one end, which is to die or be forgotten. In addition, whether or not these people will appear, and when they will appear, is not something that I can control." Then the phone rang. The man in the Federation, who had the qualifications and ability to control this kind of thing, still had the shoulders as steep as a mountain. Although his body was thin, it seemed to be full of endless strength. He was silently watching the picture on the square. In the past, when he looked up to the sky and went out, he, who regarded his family as a broken shoe, silently returned from Bermuda when his family was facing a fatal threat. When life and death were on the line, he silently returned from Bermuda. He gave up the foreign hegemony that he built for half of his life. In the midst of the storm, he carried the name of his family on his shoulders. After watching for a long time, Lin Banshan dialed Taiyuan's phone and said, "When Mr. President doesn't even care about his face, what we need to do is simpler. I'm better at unscrupulous things. It seems that I really need to increase the pressure. GJJ is under a lot of pressure. I'm so high on writing that I didn't even eat dinner. 10,000 words, more than the promised 3 chapters. Finally, I like Lin Banshan, a loser. Finally, I want monthly votes. There are still 9 days to go. I can't afford to hurt people in the middle of the night." Chapter 885. After hanging up the phone, Taiziwan took the thin windbreaker from the secretary and walked out of the room. Zoe silently watched his back disappear in front of her eyes. She suddenly found that the thin body covered by the thin windbreaker was very suitable for this moment to play the role of sadness and then stir up emotions. Before walking out of the building, the public image team of the work department quickly tidied up Tai Ziyuan's appearance. The female planner with wavy hair, who was poached from a 5A advertising company, looked at Tai Ziwan's cheeks in the mirror, and urged the hairstylist to mess up his hair even more. After hearing Tai Ziwan's uncontrollable coughing, she nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good, Mr. Senator, you should cough harder." Tai Ziwan calmly put the white handkerchief back into his jacket pocket and ignored her words. He trusted the most professional experts, but it did not mean that he was willing to start acting behind the scenes, not to mention that this was not acting. However, he was not angry. He sat calmly in the chair and waited for the makeup artist to make his pale cheeks paler, making him look weak. Under the protection of the Black Hawk Company's special guards and accompanied by more than 10 members of the senator's office staff, Tai Ziwan walked along the street to the commercial square. Hearing the sharp sirens in the distance and the whimpering of the ambulance, he could not help but frown slightly. Both sides of the street were full of protesters lying in pools of blood. After the great shock, the eyes of the injured were extremely empty, and they did not respond to the first aid measures that the doctors performed. The silent demonstration crowd poured into the square. They had already taken off their black masks, and they angrily looked at the gray sky and the indifferent buildings. The cruel scene from before replayed in their minds, and they kept crying and cursing. In the previous 10 minutes, who knew how many of their companions had fallen under stones and fists? If it were not for the group of men in black with red ribbons rushing in with wooden sticks, today's people would have suffered even more tragic losses. The crowd angrily clenched their fists and shouted slogans, venting the anger and fear in their hearts until someone in the front row saw the pale and thin young counselor slowly walking to the podium. The silence turned into a wave of harmony. Like the young senator's footsteps, it slowly but firmly spread to the surroundings, turning the entire square into a sea of silence. The angry roars gradually faded away. Tens of thousands of people looked at the stage with expectant gazes. The countless details in this scene proved just how much influence Tai Ziwan had after half a year of marching. Without much provocation, Tai Ziwan spoke into the microphone with a slightly hoarse voice. He pointed at the fountain in the corner of the square and then pointed at the guardrail nearby. "Look here. Look over there. There's blood everywhere." There was a faint commotion in the crowd. Tai Ziwan quietly watched the dense crowd below the stage. After a moment of silence, he said, "Humans are cruel animals. They are cruel to their enemies and cruel to themselves. This is because our biological markers are full of violent genes. Once released, we can even become intoxicated by them. Those vicious thugs from before used this blood to prove this point. Once released, violence is the most terrifying thing in the universe. I think Mr. President should know very well that once this demon jumps out of the wooden box, even he would find it difficult to put it back in. So, I really want to know what Mr. President would think if he saw the terrible scenes today with his own eyes. Would he have the courage to face the dripping blood of the people? Would he have the courage to listen to the voices of those whose bones were not crushed by the pressure of power and were broken by the criminals? Tai Ziwan's expression was still cold. His indifferent and arrogant eyebrows slowly raised. Just like the voice at this moment, he suddenly leaned forward slightly. He approached the microphone and asked in a very soft voice, "I really want to ask Mr. President, is this still the F*King Federation?" After softly and calmly uttering his first profanity in public, Tai Ziwan on the stage was silent for 10 seconds. He listened to the angry protests and insults of the people below the stage and confirmed that he had achieved the desired effect of the publicity department. When he was about to continue according to the words in his mind, he suddenly saw the gray sky in the distance. Layers of dark clouds suddenly dispersed, revealing a corner of the blue sky. Then he thought of a person. He couldn't help but wonder how that person would deal with this matter if it was him. Violence was the most terrible thing, but that person seemed to only be good at using violence. However, he could control it, so he only pulled out his knife on the strong and did not torture the weak. Tai Ziwan silently thought of Sulu. A smile that he didn't understand appeared in his eyes. After a short pause, he continued to speak into the microphone. "Maybe my decision will disappoint you, but I still adhere to the principle of anti-violence. We will continue to be silent and then move forward." As soon as his voice fell, and before he finished speaking, the dense crowd below the stage sounded disappointed and scolded. There were also faint cries. With the accompaniment of the sirens of the police cars and ambulances, it sounded particularly sad and frustrated. The people who had just experienced a violent conflict found it difficult to suppress the grievances in their hearts. The director of the public relations team, who was standing behind the stage, nervously glanced at the publicity department. He was shocked to find that the senator's speech had completely deviated from the proposal. The disappointed cries continued. The weakness shown by Tai Ziuan, the marching leader, might directly cause the people's hearts to scatter. There were many people's movements in history, often because of some insignificant small details that led to the terrible consequences of collapse. At this critical moment, Tai Ziuan's cheeks became paler, and his eyes became sharper. He coldly looked at the supporters below the stage, put his right hand on the table, and said in a deep voice, "They are thugs, but are we going to become thugs? We are against the government's disregard for the law, but are we going to step on it in advance? If the crime we accuse becomes the tool of our choice, then what right do we have to accuse others?" In the scene where the crowd was angry, any powerful speech, as long as it couldn't satisfy the psychological desire of the people, would not have much effect. His words were the same, and the scene did not change at all. However, at this moment, Tai Ziuan covered his mouth with his left hand and coughed. His body was half bent on the table in pain, and his right hand was firmly pressed on the corner of the table. The sound of coughing was clearly transmitted to the street through the microphone, and it echoed incessantly. "Doctor! Doctor!" The subordinates of the senator's office rushed to the podium and anxiously called for the medical team. Tai Ziuan waved his hand to stop his subordinates, slowly but firmly straightened his body, gently wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, quietly looked at the people below the stage, and continued with a hoarse voice, "Everyone, I don't want to be a more shameless leader than the president." Because of the violent coughing, his voice was more hoarse than before, as if his vocal cords had been polished by rough sandpaper. Every word that came out of his thin lips carried traces of blood, and when it entered everyone's ears, they could clearly feel his pain. The people on the street didn't hear the rest of his words clearly, but the people closest to the podium noticed that the white handkerchief in his left hand was tightly clenched, and they could faintly see traces of blood. People cried out in surprise, and then the news quickly spread. Giving up the foundation of the millennial family, dragging a disabled body, and leading everyone here from S2 to the Capitol. What was his purpose? The people looked at the thin young senator on the podium with sympathetic and respectful eyes, who was coughing up blood and seemed like he could collapse at any time. The originally noisy venue suddenly fell into silence again. "I want to say to Mr. President, you may have lofty ideals or dreams, but you don't have the right to make the entire Federation pay the price for your ideals or dreams. Every citizen can only be responsible for their own actions and pay the price voluntarily. I have already declared to you and the entire Federation, what can I do, and what are you willing to give up for the Federation? Today, this street was originally full of flowers that were welcomed by the people, but now there is only blood that is gradually turning black. At this moment, on behalf of everyone standing here, on behalf of those who are being rescued in the hospital, and on behalf of the 3 colleagues who have just left us, I reiterate our request to President Pabre and to the government of the Federation that you lead." Tai Ziuan looked at the ambulance that was leaving and thought about the news that he had just received. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was trying to hide the tears in his eyes. He clenched his fists and shouted at the camera, "We demand that the Management Committee of the Federation immediately establish a special investigation committee, and that the Supreme Court will appoint the first sequence of independent investigators. We demand that the President's residence hand over all data records to the committee. We demand that the Patriot Act be abolished immediately. We demand that the authority of the so-called Joint Investigation Department be terminated. We demand that President Pabre voluntarily give up his administrative privileges. In front of the law, in front of the word fairness, and in front of the glory of the Constitution, no one has any reason to enjoy special privileges, including the President and the Bureau of Proclamation. You have to answer the question raised by the Capital's Special District Daily. Why was the route of the antique bell leaked? Why was the ghost fleet of the Empire able to hide in that star area for so long? The steady and powerful voice echoed in the quiet street. Tai Zuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the distant sky and the nearby crowd. He silently remembered that a few years ago, there was once a judicial official of the Ministry of National Defense named Su Songzi, who had once accused Colonel Lake in a hearing, and that Shi Qinghai, who had once smilingly exercised the right of arrest in the Parliament Hill. At this time, a supervisor in the office suddenly rushed to the podium, walked behind him, and said a few words with a serious expression, which interrupted the young senator's memory. Tai Yuan suddenly frowned, like a plum tree that was about to burn. After a moment of silence, he approached the microphone and said to the crowd on the street, "We just received an infuriating news. Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood of the Capital Special District Daily were arrested by the Federation government for treason after the emergency hearing in Parliament Hill. We don't know where they are now." Hearing this explosive news, tens of thousands of people suddenly became restless. People waved their bleeding fists and shouted silently and angrily. Taizuan opened his arms and motioned for the crowd to calm down. He frowned and said, "The indescribable grief and indignation at this time reminded me of something that Master Schiller once said. History has already proven that when it comes to things like reform, at the beginning, it is always the task of those with knowledge who are the first to realize it. But these people with knowledge must be able to research, think, be decisive, and have perseverance. He also knows how to use power, but he doesn't lie. He guides, but he doesn't cater. He doesn't look down on himself and think that he is everyone's performer. He also doesn't look down on others and think that they are his underlings. He is just a person among the masses. I think this is the only way to do the work of the masses." A wind passed through the street, blowing a corner of his thin windbreaker and lifting the hair in front of his forehead. Typhon slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "As a person among the masses, he can do the work of the masses. President Pabre has already used his actions to prove that he has long left the masses, so he can never become such a person. I don't know if I can become such a person, but I will try my best. Nothing can stop me, and you will be my most trusted partners. We will be on the road again. We will be silent all the way, walking through the mountains, through the cities, to the Capitol, to Charter Square, to the front of Parliament Hill, and to the balcony of the official residence. When that time comes, we will hold up the proud and noble head of the Federation and ask Pabre, 'Do you know that you are wrong?' If he still refuses to agree to our request, then..." Taizuan slowly raised his right arm on the stage and said, "We will not agree to it, either." On the cold street, the tens of thousands of people below the stage resonated with the thin, young member of Parliament on the stage. They shouted 3 words like thunder, shattering the autumn wind and frost. "We will not agree." The lawn under the balcony of the official residence gradually turned dark yellow. Even if it was a special breed, under the invasion of the cold day after day, it had no choice but to gradually retreat. Dozens of Special Task Force agents vigilantly watched the surroundings, and no one dared to stay outside the building. The scenery here was still peaceful. At least at this moment, the brave and hot-blooded protesters were still far away in Nankashao and did not have the opportunity to shout endlessly and vent their anger here. In the offices on the first floor of the official residence, the phones were ringing. As the center of the Federation's power, the official residence had to deal with too many burdensome affairs every day, especially now that the war with the Empire was still tense and ongoing, and there were many unstable factors within the Federation. Director Breen listened to the report from the Federation's news channel director on the other end of the phone, and his face gradually became gloomy. He did not give the other party more opportunity to explain and said coldly, "There's a simplest way to deal with everything. Don't you know what to do without material? The reporters were attacked, and the freedom of the press was interfered with. Do you want to teach you how to do it? Learn from old Lou of Venus. He is holding a press conference at this time, accusing the silent army of condoning hooligans to beat reporters. After hanging up the phone, he took the teacup from his subordinate's hand and took a big sip, but he was almost scalded by the hot tea. His irritable mood suddenly broke through the critical value, and he directly scolded the female secretary who liked to wear a velvet skirt and show a pair of legs in front of him like a pig's head. It was only when the office television began to broadcast the emergency broadcast of the news channel that Director Breen's mood improved slightly. Looking at the beautiful female anchor on the screen, his eyebrows slowly relaxed. He thought of the intimate scene he had seen in a certain place in a certain year, month, and month. He suddenly regretted his previous rude reaction and immediately reconnected the call to express his condolences. The female anchor, who had been in the position of news anchor for nearly 10 years, but was still dignified and beautiful, had changed her usual calm demeanor. She frowned and used the most direct words to angrily accuse the incident that happened in the capital of South Cajot today. In the emergency news, the Federation News Channel severely accused the protesters of brutally attacking the police and colluding with the notorious South Cajot Mafia to kidnap frontline reporters with the intention of interfering with the freedom of the press. Before the news segment ended, the South Cajot government also sent a letter of reprimand and strongly demanded that the leader of the Silent Army, Tai Ziyuan, must be responsible for the entire incident. Perhaps it was to reverse black and white, to confuse right and wrong, or perhaps it was because of their different standpoints and perspectives that led to completely opposite conclusions. No matter what really happened in the cold streets of South Cajot, after the Federation's authoritative news channel's rich and colorful embellishment, it was afraid that the austere wind of autumn and winter would gradually change direction. The door of the Oval Office opened silently, and Director Breen walked in with a thick stack of paper documents. He looked at the president, who was standing by the window and silently looking at the lawn, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. He remembered that in the past 6 months, the president seemed to be staring at the lawn in a daze too many times. He put the paper documents in his hand on the table, and then looked at the back of the president, who was still broad but a little more desolate than before, and said, "Mr. President, this is the original draft of the article from the Capital's Special Administrative Region Daily. In addition, the Secretariat has also finished sorting out the speech of Tai Ziyuan in South Cajot." President Pabre put down the coffee cup in his hand, turned around, and walked over. A warm smile appeared on his dark face. He patted Breen on the shoulder and said, "You've worked hard these days. This is what we should do." Although it was a standard answer, Director Breen still completed it meticulously. As the president's closest subordinate, he didn't allow himself to make any mistakes in the details. President Pabre didn't look at the original draft of the newspaper, but used the fastest speed to scan through Tai Ziyuan's speech in South Cajot half an hour ago. After a moment of silence, he said with slight emotion, 8 years ago, when I participated in the presidential election, he was only a college student under the age of 20, but he was already able to independently organize the planning headquarters. Now it seems that he has improved again. The content of the speech was very interesting. It wasn't deliberately sensational, but it had a very calm ability to incite. In addition, it seemed that the sudden but just right coughing up blood. I have to admit that in terms of political speeches, he is already a good opponent. The president didn't hide his admiration for Tai Ziyuan. He put the documents on the table with a slight smile and turned to look at Breen. Different positions, so the methods used are naturally different. He is the challenger, so he can attack without any scruples. I have to defend my territory, but because of my identity, I can't debate with him. Speaking of which, I really missed the time when I was running for state senator, holding a microphone and debating with my opponent and the host. Director Breen smiled and said, "Most of the people of the Federation also miss your heroic appearance on the television debate stage. Speaking of which, many readers of your electronic micro-magazine have asked you to pick up the pen again and write some political articles." The electronic micro-magazine was an instant messaging platform that had only become popular in the Federation in recent years. Pabre, as the first president in the history of the Federation to come from the bottom, unexpectedly became the first user of the platform. President Pabre's hands were on the large desk behind him. His body was slightly raised, and he looked at the retro oil painting on the ceiling in silence for a moment. He seemed to be extremely relaxed. "Help me record this." "Yes." Schiller once said that people choose a leader out of fear of the human body, because humans are a kind of cruel animal. For others, they can turn into a beast at any time. Therefore, people want to suppress their violent impulses towards others, so everyone is willing to submit to the one and only dictator. Only this dictator can control violence, because being afraid of such a person is much more worth it than being afraid of everyone. President Pabre said in a deep voice, "The reason why there was a royal society in human history, and the reason why those big families above the law were able to survive for so many years in the Federation, is all because of this spontaneous fear of human beings. Therefore, when someone tries to seize a legal power, the first thing they do is to cause a wave of violence in society and increase the people's fear of the humans around them." Breen understood that the president's seemingly random words, coupled with the news channel's accusation, were undoubtedly a strong blow to the political foundation of the Silent March. After he finished recording, he looked at the encrypted information that he had just received in his electronic notebook. His eyebrows raised slightly, and he looked up and said with joy, "Mr. President, we just received news that General Du Shaoqing will arrive at the Old Moon Base in 2 days." Du Shaoqing led the 4 frontline divisions to take a collective rest. This was a strategy that the Federation government had long formulated, so there was no mistake in the timing. President Pabre's face did not show any more expression, only calmly smiling. However, his heart was not as calm as he looked on the surface. For an entire 3 years, that famous Federation general led the troops and fought bravely on the front line, winning him the love and respect of countless Federation citizens. However, after all, it had been too long since they last met. Was that soldier who was silent, cold, and proud like an ice sculpture, but who was incomparably loyal to him, still the same as before? But still the same as before. Because of these 4 words, President Pabre thought of that intergalactic conversation. Du Shaoqing did not express any objections to the government's decision to transfer back, and this attitude made President Pabre feel very gratified. However, the other party strongly opposed to Lieutenant General Hu Lien taking over the position of the enemy's commander-in-chief. In Du Shaoqing's opinion, that Lieutenant General Hu, other than singing the praises of the president and helping Li Jiedu arrange trusted aides, had no other redeeming qualities. Even if this person was an expert in ground defense battles, he was still not a suitable candidate for the current Emohua planet. In fact, President Pabre understood why Du Shaoqing was so vehemently opposed. It was because the current federal military knew very well that this Lieutenant General Hu Lien was Li Jiedu's absolutely hardcore trusted aide. If he was allowed to become the commander-in-chief, then Li Jiedu's power in the military would rapidly expand again. And 3 years ago, before Du Shaoqing left for war, he had once warned in the president's official residence with a rare bluntness. His teacher at the First Military Academy, General Li Jiedu, could not be considered a true soldier at all. President Pabre's brows deeply furrowed, his thick black eyebrows seemingly unable to bear the burden of fatigue. He said, "Don't record what I'm going to say next. I just want to have a chat with you." Director Breen obeyed and closed the notebook. At the same time, he stopped the data collection work in the Oval Office. President Pabre walked to the window and picked up the cup of coffee that had long since turned cold. He drank a mouthful without tasting it and said, "Tai Ziyuan said that after a long period of secret operations, people will often forget their original purpose. In fact, I have always believed in this saying, and I am very worried that my companions from back then will forget their original purpose. However, due to the difficulty of this undertaking, We must unhesitatingly cast aside this kind of doubt. We must trust each other. Director Breen looked at his back. From General Du Shaoqing's words at this moment, he was extremely sensitive to Mr. President's mood at this moment. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and he did not dare to respond. The 7 great families have planted so many spies in the various levels of government and bribed countless officials. Other than using secret investigations to purge them and using harsh political demands to force them to sever their relationship with those financial backers, what else can the government do? President Pabre turned around, a self-mocking smile hanging from the corners of his thick lips. Perhaps Taiwan never thought that the reason the government relies on secret operations to maintain its rule is precisely because his family and those old people are trying to shake the government's rule, and the government cannot use law and normal procedures to stop them, including those protesters on the streets of Nank, even including most of the officials in the government. Just how many people truly understand what I am doing? Could it be that I am not fighting for them? Outside the window, the cold wind was biting cold. White frost appeared between the tips of President Pabre's brows. He was extremely tired. 14 all-black advanced bulletproof cars formed an arrogant motorcade. They passed through Highway 2 and slowly drove into the capital special district where the cold wind wreaked havoc. Under the strict request of the people in the cars, the black motorcade did not exceed the speed limit, nor did they randomly change lanes. The reason why people felt that they were arrogant was because these advanced bulletproof cars, which seemed like they should only be used by important government figures, actually all had civilian license plates of NAC. Under the curious and shocked gazes of the people on the streets, under the vigilant monitoring of the Federation Investigation Bureau, and under the supervision of several police cars, the black motorcade silently passed through a small part of the city and drove into the extremely beautiful Linyuan. In the past, the Linyuan was packed with people, but today, it seemed even more lonely. The antique cast iron doors were completely open, and the attendants stood on both sides, welcoming the return of the owner. Cold raindrops floated in the sky. As soon as the heavy car door opened, a wide black umbrella opened, blocking the raindrops outside. Then, the raindrops followed the person under the umbrella as they walked forward. Lin Banshan looked at the thin newspaper in his hand in the dark sky and walked forward by himself. He absolutely did not have to worry about the black umbrella above his head not being able to block the rain. Relatively speaking, the words of Chief Editor Bob in the newspaper attracted his attention more than the prying eyes outside the garden. Walking into the Linyuan Hall, his subordinates helped him take off his coat that was stained with raindrops. Lin Banshan walked inside and stopped by a mahogany desk in a flowing corridor. He did not look at the official opposite him and sat down expressionlessly. He poured himself a cup of rice wine and slowly took a sip. After all, we are considered acquaintances. I have entrusted you with my business in Bermuda for many years. Are you not even willing to say hello now? The official had white hair on his temples and deep wrinkles on his forehead. He did not look young, but he was the youngest national security advisor in the history of the Federation. In the face of the top 5 big shots in the Federation government, Lin Banshan's expression did not show any signs of loosening. He put down the wine glass and began to try to smooth out the wrinkled newspaper on the mahogany desk. It seemed that he was preparing to continue reading. The National Security Advisor frowned slightly, suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, and said, "Mr. Banshan, in this Federation, there are definitely no more than 3 people who can make me wait for so long. I'm not saying that I want you to meet me outside the Linyuan, but for the sake of this sincerity, shouldn't you show more respect?" Hearing this sentence, Lin Banshan raised his eyebrows slightly, and a trace of ridicule appeared in his deep eyes like craggy rocks. He said, "Meet you outside the Linyuan? In my life, I have only met one person outside the Linyuan. That person was called Li Pifu. Are you sure you have the qualifications?" The wrinkles on the National Security Advisor's forehead deepened. The anger caused by the other party's arrogance gradually faded after hearing the name of the military god. After a moment of silence, He looked at Lin Banshan and said very seriously, "Isn't Bermuda very good? Why do you have to come back at this time? This will make a lot of people nervous. This is the Federation. This is my hometown. Do I need your permission to come back?" Lin Banshan looked at him coldly and said, Or does the government want to vet us, the returnees from Bermuda? If Chui Judong dares to say a word, I will admit to this." Hearing Chui Judong's name, the National Security Advisor subconsciously picked up the weak tea in front of him, but did not drink it. The upper echelons of the government knew very well that Lin Banshan and the Bureau of Proclamation, especially the former director, had a very complicated relationship. This person was even one of the candidates for the director of the Bureau of Proclamation. Since the current director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Chui Judong, did not dare to act rashly, then the government's path was naturally closed off. After thinking for a moment, the National Security Advisor looked at him and said calmly, "The government knows very well why you came back, but what we don't understand is that you have already betrayed your family. Why do you seem to care so much now? And you should know very well why the government has not done anything to the Lin family. It seems that you really don't understand people like us." Lin Banshan leaned back slightly, looked down at the other party indifferently, and said, "Probably only the Crown Prince can understand. We really do hate those lifeless manners, and those old men who still like to play the role of the creator behind the curtain, even though they have half a foot in the grave." His voice suddenly hardened as he stared into the security consultant's eyes and said coldly, "But you have to understand one thing. This is our home. Even if we want to destroy it, we can only destroy it with our own hands. It will never be your turn to do so." The National Security Advisor looked at him like he was crazy. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Banshan waved his hand and forced him to swallow all his words. Lin Banshan said mockingly, "People like President Pabre, no matter what kind of filthy things they do, will always say sorrowfully that no one understands my good intentions. I'm doing this for your good. Why can't you understand? But the problem is, who the F***CK wants you to be good to me?" A fierce man can suddenly change his face into a resentful woman. He is used to being a mother. This kind of thing is really ridiculous. However, I have a mother, so do the people on the streets of Nankashao. Everyone in the Federation has a mother. We don't want to have another mother with a face full of black shoe polish. I don't like this president. This is the main reason why I came back. People who live far away from official residences pay attention to a natural and unrestrained aura. Hypocrites like this must be destroyed as soon as I see one. Lin Banshan smiled freely and said, "Otherwise, I can't be happy." When the National Security Advisor heard this, he was silent for a long time. Then he smiled with a complicated expression and said, "I understand what you mean, but in the end, I still hope you can understand that although you're the local tyrant of Bermuda and have the support of some desperate hooligans at the bottom of society, this is the Federation. It is very stupid to fight against the government with these things." After Lin Banshan expressed his attitude, he directly picked up the newspaper and began to read the article by Chief Editor Bob for the fourth time. He no longer paid attention to this person, nor did he have the intention to get up and send him off. After this big government figure left, Lin Yuan began to serve as master. Just as the cups and plates were gently passed, on a certain planet in Bermuda, the property that belonged to the National Security Advisor instantly disappeared. Outside the window, the white mountains were still as before, and the wind and rain were bleak. At this moment, on the wide and clear floor-to-ceiling glass window, a huge glass flower suddenly appeared. Like a spider web, it shattered in an instant and then spread. Then the dull sound of a sniper rifle bullet hitting the window rang out in spirals. Lin Banshan looked back at the miserable glass flower on the floor-to-ceiling window and shook his head expressionlessly. Then he continued to read the newspaper calmly. The hand holding the newspaper did not tremble at all. After a slight panic, the waiters around them immediately recovered and began to serve the dishes like flowing water. Their minds were firm, just like the seemingly ordinary but indestructible floor-to-ceiling windows around Lin Yuan. Using a bullet to end someone's life was not a funny joke. It should be known that this man with mountain-like shoulders was not as simple as an underworld tycoon who spanned across two major galaxies. He was Lin Banshan, today's master shiller. The first is Lu Sun, the second is Hobbs. I copied them from the internet. P.S. I heard that many people don't believe that I can update 3 times in 10 days in a row. Someone even opened a bet. I strongly recommend everyone to bet on me winning. I am very confident. This is the guts of Zhuangzi. P.S. Very well written. I really need monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 886. The gunshot rang out, and then there was no follow-up. The Linyuan Hall was as quiet as usual. The waiter walked back and forth between the water corridors with light footsteps carrying dishes. Lin Banshan put down the newspaper and began to eat and drink in silence until he heard the footsteps behind him. He picked up the white napkin and slowly wiped the corner of his mouth, then looked back. After hearing what the other party said, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He seemed to feel that this matter was a greater threat to the Federation government, more troublesome than a bullet that made a glass flower on the window. Young Master is making a fuss about coming back. That lady can't keep an eye on him at all. She just called. The pale middle-aged man was wearing a very stern black suit. As Lin Banshan's closest companion, he was qualified to handle all communication requests from Bermuda. Lin Banshan's face was a little ugly, and he said with disgust, "Tell Pharaoh, if he makes a fuss again, throw him into the Purple Star Sea to feed the sharks. Just say that I said this." The man in black nodded and left the hall. Regarding Lin Banshan's family matters, neither he nor Zhang Xiaohua had the qualifications nor the courage to say anything. Relatively speaking, he was more interested in the semi-conscious killer in the basement. The dark basement and the quiet and noble dining garden on the ground seemed out of place. The pale cheeks of the middle-aged man in black looked even more gloomy in this lighting environment. He smiled at the killer who had just been woken up and said with a smile, "I'm Han Chu. My name is Han Chu. I believe you should have heard of my name before you carried out the mission. Since you were so stupid or arrogant that you didn't commit suicide after shooting at the forest garden, you better use the most concise way to introduce yourself." The corner of the assassin's mouth was bleeding. A few of his teeth must have been knocked out. His clothes were messy and bloody from the previous torture, but his expression was very calm and steady. He did not show any fear. However, when he heard the name Han Chu, he looked up at the other party and saw the pale face in the dim light. He remembered the terrible records in the information, and his pupils suddenly shrank. For the first time, he felt regret. Although he was a professionally trained elite with strong nerves, he didn't want to fall into the hands of this person. Compared to this person's means, the previous so-called torture was just a joke. I said, hearing the other party's words, Han Chu smiled and leaned against the wall. He took out a cheap wooden comb from his collar and began to comb his white hair carefully. He seemed to be indifferent, but he had captured these words deeply in his mind and turned them into part of his database. Could it be that the second military region only produces idiots like you? He shook his head and sneered at the man on the ground. If it was the legendary Small Eyes Special Forces, this matter would probably be more challenging. I say, can you be more professional? Since you want to kill someone, shouldn't you have studied the information more thoroughly in advance? Lin Yuan's glass is all specially made with fruit shells. Don't you know this? Han Chu carefully put the wooden comb with some hair oil back in his pocket, squatted down, and gently patted the other party's blood-stained face, and said, "If all the soldiers in the military are elites like you, how are we going to fight the Empire? We are not an ordinary gang. We are the most professional gang. I hate unprofessional people like you the most in my life. You have no skill at all." The subordinate behind him stopped filming and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Han, what should we do next?" Although the front line needs cannon fodder, I don't think soldiers with such quality should go to the Federation to make a fool of themselves. It's not a big deal to waste them. Han Chu stood up and crossed his hands, which were as white as a woman's. He watched his subordinates drag the military killer away like a dead dog. After a moment of silence, he looked at his subordinates who had been silently waiting for orders and said in a delicate tone, "Boss said that since Mr. President started to use unscrupulous means, it is very good news for us. Because in the Federation, there is certainly no one better than us. Now that the government has fired the first shot, it's time for us to return the favor." Hong Yuming had been the director of the Federation's news channel for almost 3 years. During these years, he humbly and actively cooperated with the relevant departments. With the help of the complicated new laws and regulations, he investigated all the officials in the news channel and used all kinds of methods to purge and oppress them. With the staff with Macho's background being forced to leave, the news channel, the biggest and most authoritative media organization in the Federation, gradually broke away from the influence of the Tai family and was controlled by the Federation government. Gradually, it became the most loyal mouthpiece of the president's official residence. He, who was over 50 years old, made a great contribution to the government. Naturally, he was rewarded handsomely. The luxurious villa in the suburbs of the capital, as well as the wild horse taming field in the forest far away that the HDD Bureau had never asked about, were a few of the important parts. Every time he thought of the wild horses that drank water by the stream and galloped on the grassland, but in the end could only become his most tame mount, excitement welled up in Hong Yoming's heart. This made him more and more certain that his choice in politics was very wise. Because of the bloody incident at the South Kazhou rally, Hong Yuming had been monitoring the operations of the various departments in the news channel building. In the end, after the filtering of the news channel and the relevant media, the Federation government pointed the spearhead of the bloody incident at the organizer of the Silent March, the young senator. Then he received the kind words of praise from Director Brin in the office of the president's official residence. Only then did he truly relax and return to the villa in the suburbs to have a good rest. Mr. Hong Yuming had to reward himself before going to bed. He hugged a beautiful woman sent by a certain advertiser and spent the night flirting with her. Then, he read 2 pages of Master Schiller's early mafia novels and fell asleep with the fantasy of riding a wild horse with a naked beauty tomorrow. His dream was filled with a wonderful red color. In the early morning, he woke up rubbing his eyes and squinted at the faint morning light coming through the floor-to-ceiling curtains. He felt that life was like this, and it was difficult to ask for more. Rubbing his sparse hair, he smiled slightly and gently hugged his left arm. He wanted to hug the soft and boneless woman and kiss her intimately, but he found that the touch on his arm was a little strange. It was sticky, wet, and a little hard. Hong Yuming frowned and lifted the soft silk quilt. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped up from the bed in horror. Looking at the thing under the quilt, he let out a shrill scream. The bed was stained with a large blood stain. In the middle of the blood stain, there was no soft and boneless beauty, only a huge black head of a wild horse. The wild horse's head was lying alone in the pool of blood. Its big and beautiful eyes were not closed. Leaning on the soft pillow, it calmly looked at him. Hong Yoming's face was pale. He angrily shouted away the people who heard the scream and came to ask questions. Covering his mouth tightly, he stared at the huge wild horse's head on the bed and recognized that it was his favorite horse. Then his legs began to tremble violently. At this moment, he didn't have the energy to think about where the woman lying beside him had gone. His mind had been completely destroyed by fear. Thinking of the most famous scene in Master Schiller's early mafia novels, he slowly squatted down and then began to cry. In the early winter of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, on the same cold day and almost at the same time, the Federation news channel, from the highest level to the most ordinary staff in the computer room, experienced the darkest period of their lives. The most beloved wife of a senior manager was kidnapped, and the ordinary staff received an ordinary letter with a bullet in it. Because the mysterious cloud-like force appeared and disappeared mysteriously and did not make any specific demands, no one dared to call the police. Winsky sounded like a man's name, but in fact, this name represented a very famous woman in the Federation. This woman had been the anchor of the Federation news channel for almost 10 years. Her dignified, graceful, and beautiful face would appear on the TV screen of every family at a fixed time every day. When there was a big event, she would unreasonably occupy all the time. For example, the attack on the Linhai Gymnasium, the secret visit of Mr. Pabre when he was still a member of the Federation, the explosion of Jian Shui'er's concert, the successful election of Pabre as the president of the Federation, the revenge of Su Lu from morning to night, and then the return of Su Lu, and then the defection of Su Lu, and so on. In terms of fame alone, Ms. Winsky was definitely not inferior to any celebrity in the Federation. She was even comparable to Jian Shui'er, who was famous throughout half the universe. She was dignified and intelligent, and her mind was clear. Although she was compassionate, she had self-control. No one in the Federation felt that they were tired of her and were willing to continue watching her like this. In a dark cafe in the south of the capital, Han Chu looked at the female anchor across the table with a smile. He did not even blink as he watched her attentively. He slowly undid the top 2 buttons of his black formal suit. The female anchor, Winsky, had never been stared at so rudely before, not even by a man. Moreover, he had stared at her for 5 or 6 minutes. However, she did not get angry. She lowered her eyes slightly and looked at the coffee cup beside her hand. She said as calmly as possible, "I don't know what you meant by what you said on the phone, but I have to remind you that my time is very precious." Han Chu praised. "After all, you're the best female anchor in the Federation. At a time like this, you can still hide your trembling voice under your calmness. It is truly admirable. However, you need to understand that our time is very precious. I spent a lot of effort to lure away those agents from the Special Task Force." Winsky raised her head and looked at him with a frown. A trace of nervousness appeared on her beautiful face, but it was immediately turned into a kind of fear by the gloomy aura of this middle-aged man in black. She lowered her voice and said, "I don't know what you want, but important people like you should know very well that I have no influence on the news channel at all, even though I am sitting on the anchor platform. At a time like this, not only is it meaningless to continue this kind of test, but it is also very stupid and unprofessional. It will easily anger me." Han Chu slowly withdrew his smile and looked coldly at the female anchor's face. He took out an envelope from his clothes and gently placed it on the table. He pushed it in front of her and continued, "Since we have found you, it naturally means that we know very well who is really controlling the broadcast content of the Federation News Channel." Winsky picked up the envelope with trembling fingers and took out the photos inside. She silently looked at the back door of the restaurant in the photos. She looked at the broad hand on her shoulder and looked at the broad back. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, and tears appeared in her eyes due to fear. Although there are no bed photos, there are still many frontal photos that can explain the situation or make people speculate. Han Chu expressionlessly stirred the silver spoon in his coffee cup. He lowered his head and said, "If the official residence receives these photos, with your intelligence level, you should know very well what you will face." Winsky raised her head and stared at him. She said sadly, "I won't allow you to slander him. He's not the kind of person you're talking about. What kind of person he is has nothing to do with me. Whether it is love or adultery between the two of you has nothing to do with me. However, I can make a concession to the naivety of women like you." Han Chu slowly raised his head and looked coldly into her eyes. He said, "If you don't want too much trouble in your life, I suggest that you take sick leave tomorrow and not go to work. Of course, if you want to stay away from all this trouble, I can arrange for you to go to Bermuda." After a moment, he continued, "You know what we are capable of. Even the Federation president can't hurt you there." The next day was Wednesday. It was the broadcast time of the highest-rated show on the Federation News Channel, Today's Federation. After dinner, the people continued to discuss the recent frontline situation and the demonstration on the sofa. Then, almost instinctively, they turned the TV to this channel. Last week's Today's Federation discussed the bloody incident that had just happened in South Cajou. In the final preview of the show, the discussion would continue in this episode. However, what surprised the audience was that today's anchor was not the gentle and amiable Winsky, but a somewhat unfamiliar male face. This young broadcaster, who had just graduated from the Department of Media at the Capital University, nervously explained the reason why the female anchor, Winsky, could not host because she had caught a cold. Then, with a stuttering voice, he invited the guest to continue the topic discussed last week. Who should be responsible for the violent incident? Some of the impatient male audience members who only wanted to see a mature female anchor were about to change the channel. Before the old guest on the screen could say a word, the news channel directly cut to the scene of the bloody incident in South Cajou. From a footage taken from upstairs, it could be clearly seen that the pro-government demonstrators holding banners were cursing at the silent marching team on the other side of the fence. Then, like a tide, they rushed over, using stones and fists to launch a ferocious attack on the people wearing masks. In countless apartments and countless rooms, some of the audience members put down their bowls in shock. Some of the audience members opened their mouths in shock. Some of the audience members were so shocked by the bloody scene that they did not dare to watch. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.